Chapter 41. The exam has entered the second half, and the fights that should and shouldn't have been fought have been completed. Now the only one who can attract July's attention is Gaara from the Sand Village. And Rock Lee. When Xiao Li was sparring with Sasuke before, July found that something was wrong with Xiao Li. For them who have been exposed to physical skills since childhood, there is absolutely no such thing as deformation of movements. And with the speed that Xiao Li showed at that time, his physical skills should be very strong. But this contradiction happened to appear. There is only one reason that can cause this result, that is, Xiao Li should have been carrying weights at that time. It should be that he just changed to a new weight. Because he didn't adapt to the new weight for a while, some physical movements were deformed. Looking at the unique outfit on Xiao Li's legs, July is more certain of his guess. The competition is the battle between Tian Tian and Temari from the Sand Village. Tian Tian's attack was defeated by Temari, no matter how many ninja tools he threw. All of them were blown away by Temari's wind escape, and the ground around them was filled with dense ninja tools. Chiyue sighed, she is indeed a rich woman. In fact, Tian Tian was still anxious. As everyone knows, those who use long-range attacks are most afraid of being cut at close range. Chiyue has experienced Tian Tian's physical skills. Not to mention how strong it is, at least it is above the standard. If the long range is not good, then fight in close combat. But Tian Tian was frightened by Temari's big fan. There are 3 circles on Temari's fan. She called it stars, and each time she staggered a part of the fan, 1 star was revealed. The greater the power of the wind escape ninjutsu she used, the wider the range. Tian Tian, who was tortured by pressure, missed the opportunity to get close. He was defeated by Temari's so-called 3-star fan. Counting the ninjas around, the only ones who are not participating now are Xiao Li and Gaara. The two are automatically matched as opponents. Both of them were the opponents that July was paying attention to. She quickly put aside her distractions and focused on the field. She already knew Xiao Li's attack method. There was no information about Gaara. But the big gourd he was carrying behind him was very suspicious. Now let's see what his attack method was. Encouraged by Kai, Xiao Li jumped over the railing and jumped into the field with his blood boiling. Gaara didn't have such treatment, whether it was the team leader or his 2 friends. They all stayed away. Gaara made a seal with one hand, and fine dust flew on the field. Gaara just appeared on the field. With a cold face. Xiao Li put his left hand behind his back and stretched his right hand forward. The classic starting position of the sparring, leaving a sentence of, "Please give me more advice." He attacked Gaara directly. The mysterious Gaara also revealed his attack method at this time. The lid of the gourd behind him opened, and sand slowly floated out of it. The sand automatically defended against Xiao Li's attack beside Gaara. Xiao Li tried to attack from behind, but Gaara didn't even turn his head. The body stood still, but the sand seemed to have eyes. It condensed into a sand wall behind Gaara. From the beginning to now, almost all of Xiao Li's attacks have been ineffective. Whether Xiao Li increased the power of his attack or increased his speed, he failed to break through Gaara's sand wall and attack Gaara. As the game progressed, Gaara's sand attack began to spread throughout the field. Xiao Li, who had nowhere to hide, could only helplessly jump onto the head of a tall stone statue in the field. Kai, who was on the 2nd floor, gave Xiao Li a thumbs up and showed his shining teeth. "I allow you to use that power. Go, Li, prove your ninja way to everyone." Xiao Li, who got the permission of teacher Kai, began to slowly untie the weight on his legs. It is very common for ninjas to wear weights. Even if Li takes off the weights, how much improvement can he get? Everyone thinks Li and Kai are just trying to attract attention, only July looks serious. As July expected, Li slapped everyone in the face. He threw the weight in his hand and it fell straight to the ground. But the noise and the dust raised by the weight stunned everyone present. Kakashi looked at Kai beside him speechlessly. "You are still so exaggerated, aren't you afraid of crushing his body?" Kai looked at Li on the stone statue with a smile. "Li is my proudest student, even if Niji is a genius." Kai didn't care that Niji was beside him. He brought Niji here to ease the relationship with Kakashi's team. He also wanted to let Niji understand that being born into a wealthy family does not necessarily mean being strong. Honor and pride must be earned through one's own efforts, just like July and Lee in the field. Lee didn't graduate from the ninja school normally, he doesn't know illusion ninjutsu. The only thing he can show off is physical skills and that desperate fighting spirit. Just watch Kakashi, Lee will definitely become an excellent ninja. Seeing his good friend Kai so serious, Kakashi couldn't help but concentrate and look at the field. The dust dispersed, and Lee, who was relieved of the weight, jumped on the spot, adapting to the suddenly lighter body. The second disappeared in front of everyone just like July before. A bang sound came, and Gaara had fallen out. Lee was leaning sideways, slowly retracting his high right leg. Obviously, it was Lee who kicked Gaara away just now, once again posing the classic invitation to fight. Now, let's continue fighting. After saying that, Lee disappeared again, and the whole field was filled with the shadow left by his movement. Gaara climbed up, and the sand around him quickly surrounded him. But Xiao Li was too fast, and the sand could not keep up with Xiao Li. Gaara, who lost the protection of the sand, became Xiao Li's sandbag. He was swayed left and right by Xiao Li's attack. Finally, Xiao Li got close to Gaara and kicked him directly into the air. Maybe it was because the gourd on Gaara's back was too heavy, so Gaara did not fly very high. Xiao Li wanted to kick him again, but his calf seemed to be injured when he attacked Gaara's sand wall at the beginning. The pain in his calf made him pause for a few tenths of a second. Then he endured the pain and kicked Gaara to the highest point one by one. Xiao Li untied the bandages on his hands and went around behind Gaara to tie him up. Then Xiao Li hugged Gaara's body and flew down from a high altitude with his head down. A big hole was smashed in the playing field, but it was expected that Gaara was not seriously injured in the field. What was smashed to the ground was just a shell made of sand. July, who watched the whole process carefully, seemed to know what happened. Just now, Xiao Li's attack paused for a moment, giving the sand ninja time to release the substitution technique. Kakashi also nodded and approved July's conclusion. Gaara, who was angered by Xiao Li, stimulated more chakra. There was more sand on the field. Although Xiao Li was very fast, the coverage of the sand was too wide. It was everywhere, and because of the blessing of chakra, the speed became faster. Xiao Li, who had not recovered yet, was hit directly against the wall by the sand. The sand slowly retreated, revealing Xiao Li covered with scars. It was the moment of the final battle, and the atmosphere in the field affected the people watching. July also unconsciously opened his spiritual eyes and the treasure house of knowledge. Ningxi, this move was originally reserved for defeating the genius Yu. But now I have to use it first, in order to implement my own ninja way. The third life gate, open. Accompanied by Xiao Li's shout, the chakra released in his body began to riot, and his skin began to slowly turn red. Ningxi, who heard Xiao Li's words on the second floor, opened his Byakugan and looked at Xiao Li in disbelief. Not enough, the fourth injury gate, open. Now even the veins on his neck and forehead began to bulge. July saw for the first time that human veins could burst like this. Kakashi looked at Kai seriously. You're a bit too much, Kai. You even taught him this move. In fact, July knew that this secret technique should be related to the 8 gates of the human body when he heard the name Xiao Li just shouted. The human body is a huge treasure that has not been fully developed. In the ancient Chinese world in the past, there was research that the 8 gates in the Chimen Duanjia corresponded to the positions in the human body. They believe that by practicing the 8 gates, they can communicate with the energy of heaven and earth and become gods and immortals. In this ninja world, it seems that corresponding secret techniques have been developed for the 8 gates of the human body. After using the secret technique, Xiao Li's speed has increased to a higher level again. This time, Gaara was completely unable to resist. Xiao Li opened the 5 gates to make a final blow. If this attack was successful, the result would be self-evident. I can only say that you must not underestimate anyone. Gaara was destined to have a bad result. He used the ultimate life-saving skill, and the gourd behind him turned into sand. It helped Gaara offset the impact of hitting the ground, but even so, Xiao Li's Eus attack also broke his sand armor, causing him tons of damage. At this time, Gaara was lying on the ground, although he was seriously injured. But the sand was still under his control to attack, and he looked at Xiao Li who was struggling over there with cold eyes. The sequelae of the secret technique made him unable to even stand up now. I can only look at the sand wrapping his own hands and feet. As Gaara's hands suddenly tightened, a huge force came from the sand. Xiao Li's hands and feet could not bear the pressure of the sand and were all broken. The severe pain made Xiao Li scream miserably. Gaara did not seem to want to let Xiao Li go, and controlled the sand to attack Xiao Li again. Xiao Li had no ability to resist. Gaara launched this attack with the attitude of killing him. On the second floor stand, Kai finally couldn't bear it anymore. He instantly appeared in front of Xiao Li and waved his hand to disperse the attack of the sand. But a moving scene appeared. Xiao Li stood up tremblingly. He took an attacking posture, but anyone with a discerning eye could see it at a glance. At this time, Xiao Li had lost consciousness. Kai looked at his most proud disciple with tears in his eyes. Enough, Li, it's over. You have proved your ninja way. Kai admitted defeat for Xiao Li, but in fact, this was not in line with the rules of the exam. But who made Konoha the host this time? Anyway, he had already admitted defeat, so he should give him some face. The medical staff quickly entered the venue and took away the unconscious Xiao Li. The exam was supposed to be over. It was time to leave, but July was staring at Gaara, who had stood up in the venue with a serious face. This guy seemed to have a big problem. Xiao Li must have caused him a lot of injuries just now, if it wasn't for his gourd that blocked the fatal blow for him. The result now is definitely reversed, but how long has it been? All the injuries on his body have recovered. And the whole recovery process was discovered by July's spiritual eyes. Why is this scene so similar to what happened when Naruto was seriously injured and dying? Chapter 42. After the show, July immediately found Kakashi. He followed Kakashi back to his single apartment. Just as he was about to enter the door, he was stopped by Kakashi outside the door, so he ran in by himself. After rummaging through the boxes and cabinets, July sighed helplessly at the door. Teacher Kakashi, your room is in full view. From the door, you can directly see the red light district of Konoha across the street. Also, I don't make any comments on the pornographic books you put away. Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly, and quickly invited July to sit in the room and pour a cup of tea. But what neither of them knew was that there were already several pairs of eyes outside staring at the door of the apartment. At the same time, they muttered words like, worse than beasts, and, actually attacked a child, beast. In the room, July slowly drank a sip of tea. Teacher Kakashi, what do you think of the Sand Village? Kakashi added tea to July and poured himself a cup. Why are you asking this? The Sand Village is our ally. We specially invited them to participate in the Chunin exam this time. July tapped her head with her finger. Teacher Kakashi, don't fool me with that official rhetoric. I don't know about the First World War, but there are many records of the Second and Third World Wars in the library. Do you think I believe in the so-called covenant you mentioned? Kakashi was always confused by July's pretty face. Forget that she has a very high IQ. There has never been a so-called solid ally in war, it's all because the interests are not big enough. As long as the interests are attractive enough, they are all allies in the last second, and they can stab you in the back with a fatal knife in the second. But why are you asking this? Kakashi was very confused. July took another sip of the tea, as if brewing something. That Gaara should be the same as Naruto. He is the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village. Sure enough, he hit the target as soon as he opened his mouth. Kakashi looked at July with surprise. You know the effect of my spiritual eyes, when the competition was over. Gaara, who was seriously injured, is recovering at a very fast speed. That situation is exactly the same as Naruto's at the beginning. Of course, there is no conclusive evidence now to prove that Gaara must be the Jinchuriki. So, the investigation will be left to Mr. Kakashi. Kakashi was silent for a long time before nodding his head. It's not that he doesn't want to investigate Gaara, but he is thinking about whether to tell the Hokage about this matter. July seems to see Kakashi's entanglement. I think I should tell Lord Hokage about this. Because I just suspect Gaara, I don't need to do this. I can just tell you directly. At least on the surface, the identity of the Jinchuriki is kept secret between villages. I can't imagine why the Sand Village sends Jinchuriki to other ninja villages. But what if there is a traitorous ninja Orochimaru in the middle? Seventh Moon's words were like a bolt from the blue, and Kakashi stood up in horror. I said that Orochimaru definitely didn't come to Konoha just for Sasuke. Now Gaara's identity is in doubt again. If Gaara is really the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village. Plus Orochimaru sneaked back to Konoha, I don't think these are coincidences. So something must have happened in Konoha during this period. Teacher Kakashi, you can't bear this kind of thing, so it's better to tell Lord Hokage. Kakashi, who got the support of Seventh Moon, ran to the Hokage building without stopping. July was left alone in the room, and she pouted in frustration. Can you please stop being so impatient? I haven't finished talking yet. Okay, let him teach me that lightning ninjutsu when there's a chance. July politely washed the teapot and cups and put them back in place, then locked the door and left. Before leaving, she left a surprise gift for Kakashi. She believed Kakashi would like it very much. July hadn't even sat down at home when Sasuke came to her. July, there's still a month left. Please. There was no other way, because I had promised it. The time for the third final test was set for a month later. The official explanation was to give them time to become stronger and increase their chances of passing. But smart people know why this is for. July, according to Sasuke's specific situation, helped him develop a new training plan. The key point was to get familiar with using his blood limit Sharingan. If possible, see if there is any way to evolve his Sharingan to 3 Magatama. Since Sasuke has been brought to train, we can't favor one over the other. Let's bring Naruto along, too. Originally, Sasuke was supposed to inform Naruto. But Kakashi came and took Sasuke away, and told July that he had found a teacher for Naruto. July pointed at herself angrily and asked, "What about me?" Kakashi scratched his head embarrassedly. "I can't help you with your training, and I can't find a suitable teacher. So during this period, July, you have to train by yourself first. If you don't understand anything, you can find me at the back mountain of the Hokage Rock. During this period, I will take Sasuke to train there." Finally, Kakashi pulled July aside mysteriously. "I like your gift very much. Tell me if there is a follow-up series, and I will buy it at a high price." After that, he took Sasuke away with him. Feeling isolated, July cursed. "Bah, you, an LSP, still want a sequel? Impossible. Even if I die, I will not tell you any news even if I jump off the Hokage Rock." Seventh Moon was so angry that he didn't even have the mind to practice. He went straight home and fell asleep on the bed. Now this is the only way to comfort his wounded heart. However, practice is still necessary. It's just that you need to calm down and think about it. It's time to add the Flying Thunder God from a while ago to your offensive system. Become another trump card of yours. The move to attack Orochimaru is not stable yet, and the name is not chosen yet. It needs to be studied and improved again. Of course, the practice of the 5 escape techniques cannot be left behind. Now think about it, I'm so busy, and there's not enough time. In this case, let's choose the simplest one first. The day, he went to the back mountain to find Kakashi, who was teaching Sasuke the Thunder Escape ninjutsu. The name is Chidori, and there is an advanced version called Raikiri later. I heard that it was named after Kakashi used this move to cut lightning. Sasuke once again witnessed July's talent, while he had made no progress. But July learned Chidori in just one afternoon. But July did not learn the advanced version of Raikiri. At this stage, Chidori is enough. Raikiri is an advanced version of Chidori, not to mention the increase in difficulty. The chakra consumed alone is twice as much as Chidori. So there is no need. July said that he would wait until he had more chakra. Kakashi had to admire July here. Everyone thinks that the more ninjutsu they learn, the better, the stronger the better. But they will not consider their own situation at all. July always knows what they need most at the moment. Never covet the number and power of ninjutsu. Based on the principle that what suits you is the best. Look at Sasuke again. He is the negative example of July. He always covets power. Fortunately, his special skill attributes are the same as Sasuke's, both are thunder. And they both have Sharingan, otherwise even if Kakashi wants to teach, Sasuke can't learn it. July returned home in the evening and saw Naruto squatting at the door of his house with a face full of resentment. July quickly pulled him up. "Don't squat at my door like a grudge woman, okay? Your resentment is about to rush into my house. If you have anything, tell me on the way, I'll treat you to a meal. Hearing that someone treated him to ramen, Naruto returned to his silly and happy appearance. He complained to July along the way, saying that the teacher Kakashi hired was not good at all. He was directly knocked down by a seduction technique, just like the third-generation grandfather. Even when he arrived at the ramen restaurant, Naruto was still chattering. July urged the uncle to hurry up, now only ramen can shut him up. After eating and drinking, Naruto wanted to find Kakashi, wanting him to take him to practice, but when passing by the Konoha bathhouse, suddenly looked at the roof. Is it the lecherous uncle from the afternoon? Is he peeping again? Naruto pointed at the white-haired uncle on the roof who was twisting his butt with his butt sticking out. July didn't care who it was, and shouted directly. Run, someone is peeping in the bathhouse, right on the roof. The sudden voice made the whole bathhouse fall into chaos. And the uncle on the roof saw that he was discovered. He ran away in a hurry, leaving July and Naruto looking at each other. Naruto, don't deal with such people in the future. Your seduction technique can be anyone, just don't change me. Also, if one day I find you peeping in the women's bathhouse, you have to think about the consequences. I saw a stone in July's hand at some point, but now the stone's fate is not good. He was crushed into powder by July and blown away by the wind. Naruto nodded hurriedly, indicating that he understood. Satisfied, July left Naruto behind and chased after the white-haired demon. In fact, July recognized who the white-haired ninja was at a glance. It was one of the three people who were as famous as Orochimaru, the Toad Sage Jiraiya. Chapter 43. July took a lot of effort to catch up with Jiraiya. This guy might be a habitual offender, always circling around and choosing places with a lot of people, so that he could hide his body with the help of the crowd. Fortunately, July had his own unique skills and kept his spiritual eyes open the whole time. Otherwise, he would have really lost him. Jiraiya actually noticed July chasing him a long time ago. But he regarded July as an enthusiastic citizen. He even accelerated his escape speed. Jiraiya, who suddenly accelerated, was about to run out of the visual range of his spiritual eyes. If Jiraiya was determined to escape, July would never be able to catch up. Helplessly, July could only shout from behind. Jiraiya-sama, don't run anymore. I'm not chasing you because of that incident. But Jiraiya still didn't slow down. In the complex terrain of the village, July's speed was already at its limit. He could only watch Jiraiya disappear from his sight. After stopping to take a breath, he went home without taking it to heart. The reason why he wanted to know Jiraiya was because of his status as a Sannin. The most he could do was to be the master of the fourth Hokage. After all, he had not experienced the era of the Sannin, and only relied on the information he had collected. He still could not truly understand the true strength of the Sannin. But it seemed that he was a peeping Tom like the third Hokage. After returning home, July began to empty his mind and think about the direction of his future training. At this stage, he did not have many trump cards, and most of them also required charging time. Now, either he would go all the way and only research and develop large-scale and powerful moves. But this would require other people to cooperate with him to control him to give him time to charge, or he would increase the research and development of control skills. Otherwise, he would improve the attack rhythm. The advantage of the 100 Changes armament was its flexibility. There was also the Flying Thunder God as a backup, but this would disperse his energy. He also had to specialize in the weapon proficiency and physical skills of the 100 Changes armament. There are gains and losses. She can try to overcome weaknesses and eliminate drawbacks. But it is impossible to do everything. A person's energy is always limited. Perhaps all the weapons in the contract of the 100 arms were to deal with the situation after being close to him. Increase your means of fighting the enemy, but as your strength increases, some means will surely slowly withdraw from the stage. Look at the fourth Hokage and Hatake Tsukumo, both of them made a name for themselves with a unique trick. They may have other means, but these means are only to assist their unique skills. It will never involve wasting energy and dragging themselves down. They can do it, there is no reason why I can't. Take the bow and arrow as the main tactical core, and practice a melee weapon to assist. The development of bow and arrow ninjutsu is up to you, and you can develop whatever you want. There is no need to constrain yourself, as long as there is a general framework. Then for the choice of melee weapons, the Tang sword will do. Tachi. Ninja sword. Forget it. Although I have traveled to this world, I still like our Chinese weapons. After all, Tang Dao is the ancestor of these weapons. July, who figured it out, turned around and began to study Chidori, which she had learned in the afternoon. Chidori has already involved the nature change of chakra. In the afternoon, Kakashi talked about two kinds of chakra changes, one of which is the change of form. July had already been exposed to and done this a long time ago. Condensing arrows is the application of chakra form change. This is the first time I know about the nature change. Each chakra attribute has its own unique characteristics. This is reflected on the chakra test paper. The high temperature and burning of fire, the sharp cutting of wind, the penetration and paralysis of thunder. As a rare person with 5 attributes, July needs to understand and study these characteristics. But she has too few ninjutsu of basic attributes, and her contribution to the task is not enough. So far, she has only redeemed a few garbage ninjutsu scrolls. Like the water bullet of water escape and the earth bullet of earth escape, which are the most basic ninjutsu that cannot be more basic. You said that studying these ninjutsu, even if the nature of chakra is changed, what can it do? Now the only thing that can be used is lightning escape. After all, there is Chidori. Kakashi said that although Chidori is the basic version of Raikiri, the basic version has its own advantages. That is, it has infinite scalability, and you can gradually develop your own ninjutsu according to your own understanding. This is what July likes and values the most. The route I want to take is different from theirs. Who would choose to stab someone at close range when I can stand still and solve the opponent? Some people would say, what's there to be afraid of with Flying Thunder God? Teleport over, stab and leave. There is no risk, but is Flying Thunder God really that easy to use? Not necessarily. July has experienced the feeling of Flying Thunder God teleporting, the kind of scene change in an instant. It tests your reaction nerves and dynamic vision. Although she is confident in her reaction nerves and dynamic vision, she believes that she can't do the correct attack operation after continuous teleportation like the 4th Hokage. Therefore, Flying Thunder God can only be used for position change and escape now. For more complicated operations, I can only study it later. Release Chidori with one hand, and lightning gathers in my hand. July carefully feels the change of chakra in her hand. And the other hand begins to condense Raiden Chakra arrow, referring to the release method of Chidori. And slowly adds property changes to the arrow. For July's chakra control, it is easy to do two things at the same time. But at the most critical step, it is stuck. As soon as the property change is added, the condensed arrow exploded directly, and it happened several times in a row. July was not discouraged, as research is always accompanied by countless failures. But the speed of chakra consumption was getting faster and faster, and finally with her unremitting efforts, she succeeded, and of course the results were quite gratifying. The condensed arrow, after adding the nature change of thunder attribute, actually became invisible directly. If she could not still feel the sharpness coming from her hand, she would have suspected that she had failed again. Already aware that the chakra was about to run out, July hurriedly threw the invisible arrow in her hand into the yard. A hole of medium size exploded on the land in the yard. The lightning was jumping in the soil. She did not expect that she would develop such a killer weapon by blindly researching. Invisible, and without the unique scream of Chidori. The power is not bad. This is definitely Lao Lu's magic skill. Ha ha ha, borrowed the setting of the Raiznon in the movie Boruto, and took it away directly. The chakra has run out, and July quickly lay down on the bed and went to sleep directly. She was definitely excited, but not so excited that she couldn't sleep. Sleep, sleep, your life is more important. Then she fell asleep. In terms of sleeping speed, July can be said to be invincible, falling asleep as soon as she touched the bed. Early the morning, July, who had recovered a little chakra, ran to the Death Forest. In the Death Forest where no important events are held, the barbed wire around it is just a decoration. Anyone who is not afraid of death can go in. She chose a thick tree that 3 or 4 people would have difficulty hugging. July took out the bow and condensed the arrow she had studied last night. The arrow condensed last night was too small to roughly calculate its power. Now condense it according to the normal volume to test whether this move can be used as a normal attack method. The arrow is condensed and the chakra nature change is completed. Carefully feeling the consumption of chakra, I can only say that it is okay. It is not possible to use every arrow, but if you use this kind of arrow to burst all your moves in a short time, there should be some chakra left in your body. You have to know that many of July's moves consume a lot of chakra. All the moves burst out in a short time, and the chakra consumed is not something that an ordinary chunin can bear. July can have such a huge amount of chakra, thanks to her family's chakra training method. And she has been doing scientific training since she was a child, and she can always extract her chakra with the highest efficiency. Sometimes she doubts her family's records. He can invent the 100 changes armament and such an efficient chakra extraction method. How did he remain unknown for so many years? Logically speaking, let's not talk about the distant past, just talk about his unlucky father's generation. As long as he works hard to practice, even if he doesn't practice the 100 changes armament, he can rely on the massive chakra cultivated by the chakra training method. At least he can become an elite jonin, right? But he is an ordinary chunin. At such a young age, she was killed in an accident while on a mission, leaving her pregnant mother alone. Tell me if it's strange or not. Is there some mysterious curse in her family that she doesn't know about? If she becomes famous, she will die. There should be a record in the ancestral scroll, right? Besides, how could there be such a ridiculous curse? Otherwise, how could her father explain it? After calculating the consumption, the only thing left is the power. July released the bowstring, and the lightning arrow flew out silently. A big hole was pierced in the middle of the thick tree, and lightning flashed inside the tree hole, and it was already burnt. The arrow did not stop after passing through the tree, and it should still be flying backwards rapidly. Because the situation of the trees behind the big tree was the same, it was directly hit by penetrate. After a few seconds, the arrow's power reached its limit. There was an explosion, and a pit appeared about 70 to 80 meters away from the first tree. July ran to the edge of the pit and calculated the area of the pit. About 1 square meter, not too big or too small. Don't forget that this is just an ordinary attack. If the amount of chakra is increased, the power cannot be underestimated. Satisfied, July plans to go to the village for a good meal and celebrate beautifully. I have thought of the name of the trick myself, the arrow of the oath of victory. This arrow is not that sword. Hee, how can the behavior between cultured people be called stealing? Gaara's sand defense. Look at my arrow that blew him up so badly that his grandmother didn't even recognize him. Chapter 44. July was walking happily on the street, passing by a izakaya. The tall white-haired figure inside instantly attracted her attention. July quietly walked behind Jiraiya without making a sound. But who is Jiraiya, the famous Sannin? How could someone quietly walk behind him? But thinking that this is Konoha, and the other party is a very beautiful girl. He silently endured it and saw what the girl wanted to do. After all, it was very dark last night, and the surrounding environment was complicated. Jiraiya, who was trying to escape, did not see July's face clearly. Otherwise, with July's appearance, Jiraiya would not forget it. Walking behind Jiraiya, July grabbed Jiraiya's hair. Everyone come and help, this uncle peeped at a girl last night. Before July finished speaking, Jiraiya quickly covered July's mouth. The bill was not settled, and he dragged July out. Now he knows what this little girl is going to do. Shoo. I tell you, what I did last night was not called peeping, I was just lacking inspiration and was collecting materials there. July patted Jiraiya's hand that was covering his mouth. His eyes were full of disgust. I can let go, but you can't scream, do you understand? July nodded, and Jiraiya took his hand away. July, who had just been released, pretended to scream again, and Jiraiya was so scared that he quickly covered July's mouth again. Little girl, what do you want? Didn't you agree not to scream? At most, I apologize, isn't it okay? In fact, July didn't want to scream just now, she just wanted to tease Jiraiya. He peeped at the women's bathhouse first, and ran away without listening to her explanation. It's not too much to tease him in revenge, right? Even though July no longer has the intention of making fun of him, Jiraiya is still worried. After all, there are too many people around now, and he dare not take risks. He took July and came to an empty alley. Jiraiya quietly breathed a sigh of relief and let go of his hand covering his mouth. You are so beautiful and have a good temperament. Even if I travel around the ninja world, I have never seen anyone more beautiful than you. Which family are you from? Jiraiya flattered her right away. July bowed to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, my name is Shinta July. I am of humble origin and have no family. I am just an ordinary civilian ninja. I wanted to call you last night, but you didn't listen. Do you know me? Jiraiya looked at July in confusion. It seemed that she also called his name last night. He hadn't been back to Konoha for many years. Judging from the girl's age, she shouldn't know him. According to records, one of the 3 ninjas is the white-haired boy Jiraiya-sama. He is tall and strong, with white hair down to his waist. You have a chic and unrestrained temperament, and are not bound by rules. I recognized you the first time I saw you. Praise goes both ways. If he praises me for being beautiful, I will praise him for being tall and mighty. Look, July's words made Jiraiya feel ecstatic. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad, I am Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Little girl, you are really good at judging people. Chiyue didn't plan to keep perfunctory. Since she met Jiraiya again, she definitely couldn't let him go like this. She had to get something from him anyway. And she had something left by Orochimaru on her, so she could let Jiraiya take a look. Thinking of this, July opened her windbreaker, unbuttoned her collar, and revealed her smooth shoulders. The mysterious symbol and seal on the neck were directly displayed in front of Jiraiya. Jiraiya wanted to stop July. He was a little bit perverted, but the other party was still an underage girl. Jiraiya still had the most basic moral bottom line. But when he saw the mysterious symbol and July's stopping action, Jiraiya understood what July meant. Jiraiya, the tadpole-shaped symbol inside was left for me by Orochimaru. You and Orochimaru are partners of the same period. Can you help me see what this is? Jiraiya touched his chin and looked carefully at the mysterious symbol on July's neck. I recognize the seal outside. It should be the seal of evil, right? It's handled pretty well. You said the symbol inside was left for you by Orochimaru. Can you tell me the details? Then, July told Jiraiya about the process without getting too serious. And the feeling of that chakra. After listening, Jiraiya stood aside with a serious face, thinking about something. Chiyue quietly pulled up her clothes and did not disturb him. As if thinking of something, he looked at Chiyue. Who is your teacher? I want to ask him something. My teacher is Hatake Kakashi. Jiraiya nodded. So it's that little guy. He's grown up so fast and has become a teacher. Can you take me to find him? I want to ask him something. Jiraiya already had a clue about the mysterious symbol and chakra. He went to Kakashi to ask about Orochimaru. Orochimaru's defection has always been a concern for him. One of his purposes in traveling in the ninja world for so many years is to find Orochimaru. Now that he finally has clues about Orochimaru, how can he ignore it? Seventh Moon didn't say anything and took Jiraiya to the place where he practiced in the back mountain. Kakashi greeted Jiraiya respectfully when he saw him. Then he was pulled aside by Jiraiya to talk. Seventh Moon came to Sasuke. How is it, have you learned Chidori? Sasuke nodded and shook his head. I can use it, but I'm not proficient in it, and sometimes I'll be interrupted in the middle. Then the two began to exchange their training experiences. It can only be said that the experience of the instructor is not as good as the experience of the practitioner. The two learned Chidori at the same time, and Nanyue's experience was several times more useful than Kakashi's teaching. The effect was immediate, and it took less than half an hour. Sasuke was already able to use Chidori proficiently, and there would no longer be a situation where he was sometimes good and sometimes not. But before Sasuke could continue to ask Nanyue for advice, she was called over by Kakashi. Jiraiya was looking at the little girl in front of him with an incredible look on his face. I already know the cause and process of the matter. You are really good. You have a terrifying intelligence that is not inferior to anyone. It's hard to imagine that you are just a 12-year-old civilian ninja. The chakra you mentioned before, I feel that it is not a simple chakra. It should be an incomplete fairy chakra mixed with natural chakra. Natural chakra. Senjutsu chakra. July heard these two words for the first time. Explain, it is not only the human body that can extract chakra. There is an energy in the world we live in. This energy is called natural chakra, and the explanation of senjutsu is more complicated. You only need to know that senjutsu chakra must absorb the natural chakra from the outside world to synthesize it. And July, what Orochimaru left in your body is an incomplete senjutsu chakra. Why is it incomplete? This chakra is violent, corrosive, and uncontrollable, which are all symbols of incompleteness. And the source is the curse seal on your neck. This incomplete senjutsu chakra will constantly erode and transform your body. If you cannot effectively control or even conquer it, once it erupts, you will become a half-human, half-ghost existence. July was stunned by Jiraiya's words. After all, who wants to become a monster? Is it not okay even if Kakashi teacher has already sealed it? Moreover, my spiritual energy seems to be able to control this chakra. Jiraiya shook his head after hearing this. Your spiritual energy is only temporarily added to it, achieving a short-term control. And I've said that this fairy chakra is flawed, and it is always a hidden danger in your body. Kakashi's seal only temporarily helps you block the chakra, but once you fall into a coma or have drastic emotional fluctuations, this chakra that has been suppressed for a long time will explode and kill you. Jiraiya is definitely not exaggerating. He has practiced fairy arts. He knows better than anyone the consequences of practicing fairy arts and going astray. The stone statue at Miyaboku Mountain is proof of this. So what should we do now? July didn't ask in a hurry, but Kakashi did. July experienced the panic at the beginning, and now he has calmed down. Everything is interdependent, and as long as it exists, it must have weaknesses. As long as there are weaknesses, there must be a solution. Jiraiya said that this chakra belongs to incomplete fairy chakra. Since he can say it, it proves that he must have some experience in this area. Otherwise, he wouldn't know it so clearly. Master Jiraiya, just tell me how to solve this problem and what price I should pay. Jiraiya no longer doubted July's wisdom at this time, but Kakashi became dull. The solution to this problem is very simple, that is, you practice complete fairy arts. As long as you can successfully practice complete fairy chakra, then this chakra will no longer be a threat to you. Just use fairy chakra to dissolve and absorb it. But it is not so easy to practice fairy arts. Kakashi knows the difficulty. Jiraiya-sama, let's not talk about whether July can practice or not. She doesn't even have a way to practice. How is it easy? Let's not talk about the difficulty of practicing fairy arts. Ordinary people can't even find the source of fairy arts. How can you ask people to practice without a way to practice? Just imagine it out of thin air. Jiraiya came and patted Kakashi's shoulder to comfort him. You kid, how can you not be as good as a little girl? You should know that she is in danger. Look, July is not anxious, you are not as smart as you were when you were a child. If you want other people to say this to Kakashi, Kakashi will definitely not accept it. But Jiraiya, he seems to be really qualified. In terms of seniority, he is his own master. As far as I know, there are only 3 fairy places that can practice fairy arts at present. They are Miyaboku Mountain, Wetbone Forest and Ryuchi Cave. Each fairyland has different fairy arts, and I can ask Miyaboku Mountain for you. But I can't guarantee it, because whether you can practice the fairy arts of Miyaboku Mountain is still up to them. Seventh Moon bowed to express his gratitude, but some questions should still be asked. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Then Lord Jiraiya, what is the price? Jiraiya knocked on Seventh Moon's head. Don't always mention the price, as a senior of Konoha. Helping outstanding juniors in need is also a manifestation of the will of fire. Even if we apologized before, I still say that I can't guarantee whether you can practice. Seventh Moon doesn't like to owe others, even if it's learning Kakashi's ninjutsu. It was in exchange for the news of White Fang. For this reason, in order to repay the favor, Seventh Moon warned Naruto not to have too much contact with Jiraiya. The second, she decisively sold Naruto out. Master Jiraiya, I believe you recognized Uzumaki Naruto at a glance, right? If you lack inspiration again, don't go to the bathhouse anymore, after all, your identity is there. Naruto knows a kind of transformation technique that can turn him into what you need. That's all she could say. The two men present were not good people. She understood Julai's meaning instantly. But it was not a betrayal for Naruto. Jiraiya was the master of the fourth Hokage. No one was more suitable and qualified to teach Naruto than Jiraiya. This was a benefit for Naruto. It was just that the benefit was mutual. Kakashi didn't show much due to his teacher's status, but Jiraiya didn't have so many concerns. After understanding Julai's words, she couldn't wait to find Naruto. Julai was not disappointed by Jiraiya's departure this time. Anyway, he would not leave Konoha for a while. So she had plenty of opportunities to make money. Since she was already here, it was just right. Show Kakashi your move. Sasuke was waiting there impatiently. First, a white-haired uncle pulled Kakashi away. Now that uncle finally left, Julai dragged Kakashi away again. Can they still play and practice happily together? Julai pulled Kakashi behind a boulder with a mysterious look on his face. After seeing that Sasuke couldn't see it, he directly cast the arrow of the Oath of Victory. From the moment the arrow disappeared, Kakashi's mouth never closed again. Until Julai left, Sasuke came to find him. He came back to his senses. Looking at the traces left by Julai's attack just now, he said to Sasuke earnestly, "Sasuke, don't mention the word genius in front of Julai in the future. We may not be worthy, and don't easily anger Julai. Remember, never." Sasuke looked at the strange Kakashi with a puzzled look. Why would I provoke Julai when I have nothing to do? It's really strange. By the way, I can already release Chidori skillfully. I want to learn Raikiri, and teach me other powerful ninjutsu as well. Sasuke was not polite to Kakashi at all. Comparing Nanayu's attitude with Sasuke, Kakashi said that he still liked Nanayu. Although being with Nanayu for a long time might be stressful. But at least she is still polite and knows when to advance and retreat. Think about Jiraiya, who has already received the reward. Think about yourself. What is the purpose of this hard guidance? Chapter 45. Training is boring. The whole team 7. Sasuke has Kakashi's caring guidance, and Naruto is also pulled by Jiraiya to practice. Only I am running around. Today I go to Kakashi to consult some questions, and tomorrow I go to Jiraiya to ask for advice on sealing techniques. Life is pretty tight. In fact, at the beginning, Julai didn't want to learn sealing techniques from Jiraiya. She just wanted Jiraiya to teach her more ninjutsu. But she couldn't stand Jiraiya's praise for sealing techniques. So Julai followed Jiraiya to learn sealing techniques seriously and systematically with a try-it mentality. But I did underestimate the sealing techniques. It is said that the fourth Hokage also improved the Flying Thunder God based on the sealing technique and created his own Flying Thunder God move. Flying Thunder God guided lightning. When the Ninetales Rebellion broke out, Minato Namikaze used this move to transfer the Ninetales tailed beast ball to the outside of the village, avoiding large-scale damage. Sealing techniques are also closely related to the daily life of ninjas. For example, ninja passbooks, ninjutsu scrolls, etc. all apply sealing techniques. After realizing the importance of sealing techniques, Julai really began to study them seriously. Perhaps after some research, suitable moves can be developed. For example, you can condense arrows containing a large amount of chakra and then seal them. When you need them, you can directly unseal them and use them directly. It saves the time of condensing them yourself. Anyway, Julai has thought of a lot of ideas just for this idea. After learning it, let it settle down and then slowly verify these ideas. In the middle, Julai also mentioned to Jiraiya that Naruto seemed to have been sealed. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment. I just said that I felt a weird feeling when I saw him using chakra yesterday. I was mad at Naruto yesterday and didn't think about it carefully. Jiraiya called Naruto over and lifted his clothes to let Naruto condense chakra. As Naruto mobilized the chakra in his body, complex sealing techniques began to emerge on his stomach. Jiraiya, is this the 5-element seal? Jiraiya smiled at Julai with satisfaction. Yes, Julai, you are really a genius. How long has it been? If you keep going like this, I'm afraid I won't have the knowledge to teach you. Jiraiya knows a lot of sealing techniques and his theory is very solid. All this is thanks to the 2 generations of Jinchuriki in Konoha. Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first generation, and Uzumaki Kushina, the wife of the 4th generation Hokage. Both of them are princesses of the Uzumaki clan, and have brought a lot of knowledge of sealing techniques to Konoha. As the direct disciple of the 3rd generation Hokage and the master of the 4th generation Hokage, Jiraiya enjoyed this benefit, and he could check the knowledge of sealing techniques sealed in Konoha at will. Uzumaki Kushina also taught selflessly. So Jiraiya, a generation of sealing masters, was created. However, Jiraiya's knowledge was a piece of cake for Nana, who was a top student. Which of the complicated mathematical and chemical formulas in the Eos life was simpler than the sealing technique? Jiraiya wanted to check Nana's mastery. So he gave her the opportunity to remove the seal. The 5-element seal is actually simple, but it is also quite complicated. The difficulty is that you must first be familiar with the use of 5 types of chakra. The second is to test the control of chakra. As long as you can overcome these 2 problems, then the 5-element seal will not be a problem. These happen to be what Nana was good at, and she silently gathered 5 types of chakra on her 5 fingers. She hit Naruto's abdomen heavily, and Naruto curled up like a shrimp and flew out. Naruto shouted that Nana was too heavy, but the seal was indeed removed. Naruto, who used chakra again, obviously felt that it was smoother than before. He immediately forgot the pain of being knocked out and thanked July. Jiraiya was also very satisfied with July's unsealing effect. July, you can't chew too much. You have done a good job in both theory and practice. I don't have much to teach you. You need to study the rest yourself. There is no news from Miyaboku Mountain yet. I will inform you as soon as there is news. After that, he was about to take Naruto to practice. Jiraiya-sama, please wait a moment. Although it is very presumptuous, can you please continue to teach me for a while? Jiraiya was also very confused. He had already taught all the sealing techniques he could teach. What else did he want to teach? Just now, I said that there is nothing more to teach in sealing techniques. Do you want to learn something else? July nodded seriously. Jiraiya-sama, I want to learn some 5-element escape techniques. Including the change of chakra's properties. It doesn't need to be too complicated, just different types of basic ones. For this, I can take care of all your expenses in Konoha. And this is enough for you to use for a month. While talking, July took out a golden card. The mysterious patterns on it showed the preciousness of this card. Since seeing July's card, Jiraiya's eyes have never moved away from the card. He was lucky enough to see this kind of card when he was young and was on a mission in the capital of the Land of Fire. I saw the daimyo's assistant use this kind of card. This card is a VIP membership card issued by Huanmei, the most famous and profitable industry in the Land of Fire. Don't ask what Huanmei is, it can only be said to be a man's paradise, the place where men linger the most. With this card, you can enjoy top-level services for free at any Huanmei in the Land of Fire. Jiraiya almost burst out the fastest speed in his life and snatched the card from July's hand. I agreed, it's just ninjutsu. Just say what you want to learn. But July, how come you have a membership card for this place, and it's a top-level membership card? Could it be? Jiraiya looked at July's delicate face and began to imagine. Chiyue knew that Jiraiya must be thinking about something excessive while staring at her face. She quickly interrupted his fantasy. I have some dealings with their boss and designed a batch of clothes for them. Later, someone from the Fire Country headquarters came to ask me to design a few more sets, and then gave me a card like this. Jiraiya suddenly realized, no wonder when he went to Huanmei before. I found that the clothing styles there have all changed, becoming more arousing. At that time, he also highly praised the designer of the clothes, but he didn't expect that the designer was the girl in front of him. Jiraiya, who had just received the card, had no intention of guiding the practice. Now he just wanted to enjoy it first. After all, he could enjoy the top service without spending money. Which man could resist such temptation and ignore Naruto's objection? After agreeing on a time for tomorrow, he ran away instantly. Only July and Naruto were left, and July knew Naruto's financial situation. Anyway, it's not the first meal I've treated you to, so what if I treat you to another meal? But I'm not eating ramen today, I'm eating rice today, and I miss the aroma of rice. Chapter 46. The morning, the agreed time came. As expected by July, Jiraiya did not show up. He must have indulged himself too much last night. It would be strange if he could get up today. He walked aside silently and began to refine chakra. As he got older, the energy required by the body was increasing. The chakra that could be refined was also increasing. She would not waste a single opportunity. She waited boringly for a whole morning, and Naruto to her also scolded Jiraiya for a whole morning. Jiraiya, who was exhausted from overindulging himself in the afternoon, appeared in front of the two. He perfunctorily sent Naruto aside and let him practice by himself. He came to July and asked about the ninjutsu that July knew. July introduced it to Jiraiya carefully. After listening, Jiraiya began to teach July ninjutsu, and explained it in detail. Jiraiya still had the most basic moral bottom line, although he was listless. But the 5 types of escape techniques are taught in turn. July now seems to have turned into a sponge, trying to absorb everything. For the period of time, although Jiraiya still used the card to spend every day. But he was never late again, and he didn't know why. In fact, July found a little clue, but it didn't affect him. He didn't worry about it anymore. Now he just enriched himself as much as possible, taking advantage of the time when Jiraiya was still in Konoha. God knows when he will leave again. Everything he speculated was based on Orochimaru's intention to harm Konoha. Although he was confident in his speculation, what if? What if he guessed wrong? Now he just waited for Kakashi to have news about Gaara. In the morning, he learned ninjutsu, and in the afternoon, he learned the nature change of chakra with Jiraiya. A month passed in a flash. During this period, July almost broke Jiraiya's perception of genius ninjas. Even the second-generation Hokage, the master of forbidden techniques, probably can't be compared with July. July's ideas are too wild, and the ninjutsu and tricks he researched are all unheard of by Jiraiya. In the meantime, Kakashi also brought good news. Through his own multifaceted verification, it was finally confirmed that Gaara was the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village. Moreover, Kakashi also found that the people from the Sand Village behaved very strangely. They stayed in the post house arranged by Konoha all day long, and never went out of the door. Master Jiraiya, these are the information collected recently. Combined with what July said before, I estimate that this matter is almost certain. Shikaku's Jinchuriki is very emotionally unstable, as can be seen from the last exam. If Shikaku goes berserk in Konoha, the damage caused will be immeasurable. It is better to report the matter to Master Hokage as soon as possible. Jiraiya nodded. This matter really should not be delayed any longer. But July's focus is different from theirs. Teacher Kakashi, why do you call it Shikaku? Does the tailed beast have a name? Jiraiya and Kakashi were stunned. Yes, why is the one-tailed beast called Shikaku? Kakashi is young and has not experienced the situation of the tailed beast going berserk on the battlefield. But Jiraiya had experienced it before. He pondered for a while and then spoke. I remember that it seemed to be when the one-tail appeared, it said so itself. It's been too long, I can't remember it clearly. Anyway, for so many years, the tailed beast of the Sand Village has been called Shikaku. Seventh Moon touched his chin and turned to look at Naruto. Naruto, I remember you told me that you saw the big fox in your belly, right? Didn't you ask him what his name was? The one-tail has a name. It doesn't make sense that the strongest nine-tail doesn't have one. Could it be that Shikaku gave himself a name? Then this Shikaku is quite human. Naruto only knew that the big fox in his belly was the murderer of his parents. It was the reason why he was isolated since childhood. It was good that he didn't get blinded by anger when he saw the nine-tail. How could he ask if the nine-tail had a name? Besides, he hadn't thought of this before. Seventh Moon gave Naruto a suggestion. Naruto, your physique determines your chakra limit. But the chakra of the tailed beasts is also very useful, and you don't need to control it. Ask the nine-tails' name, and make friends with the nine-tails. When you fight with others in the future, you can fight 2 people alone. How great! Kakashi and Giala were also shocked by July's remarks. Become friends with the tailed beasts. They had never thought about it. Your misfortune may be caused by the nine-tails. Don't blame it all on the nine-tails' head. I told you before that some things can actually be avoided. You are not a fool. Even if you don't believe some things, the facts are there. Imagine if you were imprisoned in a dark place for decades. What would you do? Would you let go of those who once imprisoned you after seeing the light of day? At least now it seems that the tailed beasts have their own thoughts. Isn't the only difference between them and humans in appearance? You don't see them as humans, but as war weapons. Naruto was hurt by it. But it didn't matter. She had just said the truth. And she was not surprised that the nine-tailed fox could sense the outside world and even hear the voices outside. The two of them were basically sharing a body now. What's so strange about being able to hear and see? Then let me ask you a question. Before you were sealed, did you actively hurt humans? The nine-tails shook his head. Although I am a collection of all negative chakras, I will not lose my mind. And we tailed beasts don't need to eat, why would we hurt you humans? It's you humans who always come to provoke us. At that time, I just drove them away. Chiyue believed what the nine-tails said. For the tailed beasts, ordinary humans are no different from ants. Would you embarrass a group of ants? Of course, except for those psychopaths and ninjas. In fact, the attitudes between the two are actually the same. Both sides should keep their distance from each other and should not disturb each other's lives. As I said before, you tailed beasts are actually no different from us. Each of them has their own wisdom and their own way of thinking. I can't judge your original grievances, who is right and who is wrong. Because it is meaningless to argue now. In my opinion, he was wrong, but he is also dead. Are you still going to argue with a dead person? After listening to July's words, Jiawei fell into a long silence. Then do we have to bear the suffering we have suffered all these years by ourselves? Jiawei's emotions were a little out of control, but July looked calm and did not show any fear. You and Naruto are both victims of this mistake. I sympathize with your experience over the years. But I can't do anything. I can only stand here and talk to you without any pain. Then shouldn't I sympathize with Naruto? No matter what, you are indeed the murderer who killed his parents. Who is right and who is wrong between you and Naruto? Jiawei, I have always believed that the suffering I am suffering now will turn into sweetness in the future. Return to you. But there is one thing you can't give up your thinking, give up your identity. It's really like what others say, becoming a beast that can only hurt people. People often say that God is omnipotent and we need to keep in awe of him. But what if God loses his divinity? Then he will become a demon, and people will no longer be in awe of him, but will try every means to get rid of this demon. Nine Tails, do you want to be a god admired by everyone, or a demon despised by everyone? July's words opened up the long-forgotten memory of the nine-tailed fox. At that time, the nine-tailed fox followed the instructions of the six-path sage. While silently waiting for the person who could change their lives, he lived freely in the mountains. The huge size, coupled with the omnipotent power of chakra. The people of that era respected him very much, worshipped him as a god, and offered sacrifices every year. But I don't know when he was no longer a high-ranking existence. Humans began to be hostile to the tailed beasts, claiming that their existence was a disaster. People began to hunt them in various ways. In fact, humans just took a fancy to the tailed beasts. The power of the beast, wanting to take it for himself. But there was a family that did not participate in it, and protected him from beginning to end. In order to thank them, he specially taught them a secret technique of the six-path sage and a method of refining chakra. And told them not to easily reveal these two secret techniques. They seemed to be surnamed Shintu, a family that insisted on protecting their tailed beast from a distant time. The Nine Tails, who remembered it again, looked at July with a kind face. No wonder, even after 1,000 years. The views of the people in this family on their tailed beasts have never changed. Only he has changed. Chapter 48. After recalling, Jiawei did not say anything to July. He just told her his name before kicking July out of the sealed space. Remember, little girl. My name is Jiolama. After that, July's consciousness returned to her body, but her mood could not calm down for a long time. After hurriedly saying goodbye to Naruto, July ran back home. Took out the ancestral scroll and opened the first page. It was clearly written on it. My family's benefactor Jiolama. Oh my god, it turns out that my ancestors had contact with Jiawei a long time ago. And Jiawei also did a favor to my family. although the details of the incident were not recorded in the scroll. But she didn't believe that the Geo llama recorded by the ancestors of the family just had the same name as Jiawei. July really wanted to meet Jiawei again and have a good chat. But she knew that Jiawei didn't seem to want to meet her again. It seems that I said too much at the beginning. July was still thinking about the Nine Tails, while Kakashi and Jiraiya reported the relevant information to Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision was a little unexpected for the two. Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly rejected the proposal to terminate the exam, but called the Umbu and notified them to send a large number of people to protect the nobles the day after tomorrow. Then the other plans remained unchanged. Okay, Jiraiya, Kakashi, I know what you said. But Konoha is not a vegetarian. Jiraiya, are you going to leave this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen was like a kind old man at the moment, chatting with Jiraiya. Teacher Sarutobi, the signs of this incident are really wrong. Just sending more people, isn't it too hasty? Jiraiya still wanted to try. After all, he loved his village very much. He didn't want anything to happen to the village, but Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and skipped the topic again. Instead, he turned around and asked about the situation of Kakashi's team. Compared with Jiraiya's status, Kakashi's words were not taken seriously. Jiraiya couldn't stop the decision of the third Hokage, let alone himself. After answering Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, he left directly. He said everything he should say, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is still the Hokage. Now he understands a little. Why July doesn't trust the Konoha high level. In the office, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya were left. Jiraiya, for so many years, I have always regretted letting Orochimaru go. Maybe I am an incompetent teacher. If I could have discovered something wrong with Orochimaru earlier, you three wouldn't have left Konoha now. If Orochimaru really wants to sabotage Konoha this time, then I should correct my mistakes back then. I will kill Orochimaru myself. Jiraiya's face darkened, but he didn't say anything. They all knew what Orochimaru had done in the ninja world over the years. He had lost his respect for life early on and was crazy about human experiments. There must be hundreds of people who died in his hands over the years, if not 1,000. Is all this Sarutobi Hiruzen's fault? No, it was also his own fault. He left Konoha not because of Orochimaru, but because he was resentful of the changes in Konoha. Since Sarutobi teacher has made his own decision, then as a disciple, in addition to supporting him, he can only do something else within his ability. Walking out of the Hokage building, Kakashi was waiting for Jiraiya at the door. Jiraiya-sama, I'm sorry that I didn't help you just now. Should I go to July to discuss it now? Jiraiya adjusted his mood and nodded. I should indeed discuss with her what to do. The two came to July's house and told July about the situation in the office just now. July, who had recovered from the Nine Tails name incident, listened to the two people's words. He smiled contemptuously. It seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was really confused. This was the first time she had seen someone who had been brainwashed to the point of brainwashing himself. Since school, the textbooks had recorded that the third Hokage was the strongest Hokage of the contemporary era. The Hokage of other ninja villages could not be compared with the third Hokage at all. Even some brainwashed fanatical fans compared Sarutobi Hiruzen with Senju Hashirama. It can be seen how outrageous the propaganda in the school textbooks was. But it seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen believed it, otherwise could he have said such an outrageous thing to kill Orochimaru? It is undeniable that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has 5 chakra attributes and is known as a ninjutsu doctor, is very strong. But how old is Sarutobi now? How much strength can he retain when he is already old? Since it is speculated that the Sand Village is conspiring with Orochimaru, then guess what has Kamado's the Kazekage who came to Konoha know? Will the Kazekage who is in his prime be weaker than the old Sarutobi Hiruzen? The answer is self-evident. The Kazekage alone is enough for Sarutobi to drink a pot, if Orochimaru hiding in the dark is added. Whether he can survive is a question. Master Jiraiya, although it is speculated that Orochimaru and the Sand Village have impure intentions, but no one knows what their real intentions are. Just in case, the Umbu on the noble side is definitely unreliable. If it's okay, I need you to pay more attention on the day of the exam. Teacher Kakashi, let's follow the original plan for the time being, but you have to be careful. You are a mobile unit, and we'll see what happens when the time comes. In fact, it's not a very complicated plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen is just confident in Konoha and his own strength. But he didn't miss the arrangements that should be made. It's just that the arrangements in some places are a little weak. So they just need to strengthen it. After the arrangement was completed, the two of them left with their arms around each other, looking at their backs. July smiled bitterly and shook his head. Men. They thought they had walked far enough, and July would definitely not hear them. But they still underestimated July's hearing. Jiraiya was going to take Kakashi to Huanmei to spend some money. Let him experience the real pleasure of men, in the name of relaxing the tense nerves before the war. Kakashi thanked Jiraiya excitedly. The two LSPS really fell in love with each other. It seems that Jiraiya mentioned before that he seemed to be the author of the pornographic book in Kakashi's hand. Is this the so-called face-to-face meeting between the author and the fans? 2 days passed quietly. The duel venue in the center of Konoha was already crowded with people. The ninjas who passed the assessment have also gathered. There are 7 people in total. July carefully checked the number of people. It's not right. Didn't 8 people pass the test before? Why is there 1 less person now? Where is Dose from the Sound Village? July didn't ask, and no one would explain to July. The draw was over. Now we just have to wait for the nobles to enter and take their seats. After all, they are well-known figures in various countries. It's reasonable to have some privileges. The nobles didn't let them wait for long. As soon as they appeared, there was warm applause in the venue. July called it outrageous. It was obvious that someone had arranged a shill in the venue. She gave Konoha full marks for this wave of human relations and was not afraid of Konoha's pride at all. After the nobles entered, a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the venue. He held a wooden senbon in his mouth. My name is Shiranui Genma, and I am the examiner of the last round. Now I declare that the Chunin selection examination officially begins. Please invite the first group of opponents to enter. Chapter 49. With the announcement of Shiranui Genjien, the exam officially began. The first match was Naruto's. The opponent was also very interesting. It was Hyuga Niji who had a grudge in the ES match. The two stood still, and Shiranui Genjien asked if they were ready. Naruto shouted that he was ready, and Niji on the opposite side just nodded. Genjien waved his hand to signal the start of the match, but the two did not attack at the first time. Don't think you can be quiet in a match with Naruto. The two people output crazily. One is a natural orphan, and he keeps talking about trying to change his fate. The other is a left-behind child whose father died in the Hyuga branch family, saying that his fate has been determined since birth. Neither of the two could convince the other, and then there was a fierce physical collision. But even though Naruto had been taught by Jiraiya, the time was too short. How could he be an opponent of Niji, who was famous for his physical soft fist? After a few moves, he was knocked to the ground. Even Naruto's best group fighting tactics. All of them were broken by Niji's punches. It can only be said that the fight between the two of them was almost exactly the same as Hinata's fight before. One was beaten madly, and then tried to stand up. The other did not forget to continue to express his theory of fate when he attacked. He even took off his forehead protector while fighting, revealing the seal on his forehead called "Bird in a Cage." He began to talk about the dispute between the branch family and the main family, and how he was tortured by fate. As Niji narrated, although the audience did not discuss loudly due to the prestige of the Hyuga clan. But they all sympathized with the innocent boy off the court, and Naruto's identity as a demon fox was a buff. Someone in the court shouted to cheer for Niji and asked Naruto to admit defeat quickly. Naruto was not affected by the atmosphere of the audience, because he had been like this since he was a child. Now it's just a small scene, he has long been accustomed to it. I sympathize with your experience, but I never believe in your bullshit theory of fate. I will defeat you and prove you wrong. As for the main family and branch family system you mentioned, when I become Hokage, I will definitely change those unfair systems. Naruto's words let Niji know that he couldn't convince the last one. In this case, let's end this battle. Soft fist method, 8 diagrams 64 palms, the signature skill of the Hyuga family. Through soft fists, chakra is injected into the enemy's body. Achieve the physical technique of sealing chakra and severely injuring the internal organs and meridians. For ordinary people, they basically lie down after receiving this move completely. But Naruto is not an ordinary person, shouting to the fox to borrow some chakra. The fiery red chakra flows out from the abdomen and breaks through the blocked meridians. And attached to Naruto, Neji looked at Naruto's stomach with horror. In the vision of Ningxi's eyes, red chakra suddenly emerged from Naruto's body and condensed into a murderous fox face. After Naruto broke through the blockade of the meridians, he once again used the tactics of group attack with shadow clones. However, the number of clones this time was several times that of the ES1. Although Ningxi was startled by the chakra of the Ninetales just now, he quickly calmed down. Looking at the Narutos all over the field, he used his other trump card without hesitation. Bagua Huetian. Ningxi released the chakra in his body and began to spin wildly. A light blue high-speed rotating hemisphere blocked and deflected the attacks of all the clones. But it is difficult to sustain the release of chakra in this way. Ningxi soon couldn't hold on and stopped Huetian, and there were not many Naruto clones left on the field. The victory or defeat was just a thought away. Ningxi defeated all the clones and knocked down Naruto, who thought he was the real body, to the ground with his soft fist again. He relaxed his guard and wanted to taunt. He was hit on the chin by Naruto, who had been hiding in the ground and digging a hole. Naruto lost his ability to move and finally won. In the audience, everyone cheered for Neji and insulted Naruto from the beginning. Now there are different voices, probably because of Naruto's spirit of never giving up. Shikamaru was still saying it was impossible. How could Naruto, who was the last one, win? But that was the fact. Sasuke's eyes were always on Naruto, who was having fun on the court. Neji was a genius on par with himself, but he was defeated by the last one he had always looked down upon. Naruto's growth stimulated Sasuke. The second game started soon, and the opponents were Shikamaru and Temari from Sand Village. In this battle, Shikamaru once again showed his superb wisdom and used everything he could. He thought 3 steps ahead, and the move that determined the outcome was the pit left by Naruto in the ES game. Everyone thought Shikamaru won, but what was unexpected was that Shikamaru actually raised his hands to surrender. So Temari won this match. But Temari, who won inexplicably, was not happy. She was a little stimulated by Shikamaru's surrender and asked to continue fighting. Shikamaru thought it was troublesome and left early. He thought to himself, what can I do if I don't admit defeat? My chakra has already reached the bottom. Women are really troublesome. I have already admitted defeat. What else does she want? Shikamaru was scolded by Naruto when he returned to the stands. But Shikamaru didn't take it to heart at all. The two of them went to the toilet arm in arm. The battle was the most watched battle of the whole game. Because July's opponent was Gaara from the Sand Village. Sasuke was lucky to have a bye. Kakashi rarely ran to the stands to cheer for July, knowing that the opponent was Jinchuriki. How could he not worry about July? July gave him a reassuring look. He moved to the center of the field in a handsome way. On the opposite side, Gaara had already stood there. Shinto Chiyu, right? Your blood must be very delicious. Gaara looked at Chiyu in a crazy state, but Chiyu didn't care at all. If he wanted to scare Chiyu, he couldn't do it with his crazy appearance now. With the start of the game, Chiyu quickly distanced himself from Gaara. He summoned the black Xianyu longbow and started shooting arrows. Chiyu's weapon surprised everyone in the field. After all, 99.99% of people have never seen a ninja using a bow and arrow as a weapon. On the top stand of Konoha, this is where the Hokage and the Kazekage are. From the moment Chiyu entered the field, the Kazekage's eyes began to become strange. He kept staring at Chiyu. Of course, Chiyu didn't know all this. Chiyu's arrows not only condensed quickly, but also attacked quickly. Sometimes squatting, sometimes bending down, sometimes turning around. The perfect attack rhythm, grasping all the time to condense the arrows. In the eyes of others, July on the field seemed to become a beautiful elf. The stillness and movement explained what elegance is. It made people feel that this was not a battle at all, but a performance. It felt like this outside the field, but not inside the field. There were murderous intentions everywhere, and the arrows shot by July were fast, powerful, and penetrating. Gaara's usual amount of sand could not stop the attack at all. He could only squander chakra to stabilize the defense of the sand. Do you think July can only hide in the distance and shoot arrows? People who have seen the second test will not think so. The speed that shocked everyone has not been used yet. As if to respond to everyone's expectations, July strangely shot an arrow into the sky. Strangely changed the weapon in his hand into a long sword. At a speed faster than the sand's reaction, he came in front of Gaara. Bent over and kicked Gaara into the air, wearing the weight of the sand armor. How could July not think of it, and drew the sword on his back to block the sand that came back to help. Then he picked up the gourd with a knife and successfully lifted Gaara into the air. The people present now realized why July shot an arrow into the sky before. Because the direction of the arrow was exactly where Gaara was flying in the air. Gaara, who couldn't use the force, still wanted to control the sand to resist the arrow. But July, who was below, chopped it off one by one. The arrow hit Gaara's shoulder exactly. Gaara, who had already fallen to the ground, reluctantly pulled out the arrow. The blood and flesh brought by the arrow almost stimulated Gaara to the limit. In the stands, the leader of the Sand Ninja and Temari and others looked at Gaara, who had already started to shout wildly on the field, in fear. "Teacher Maki, please stop the game. We haven't received the signal from Kazekage-sama yet. If this continues, Gaara will release Shikaku." The Jonin called Maki also looked at the field with an anxious expression. But Gaara, who was yelling for his mother just now, has calmed down. The gourd behind him and the sand on the field began to slowly gather. In a short while, they formed a huge sand ball that wrapped Gaara inside. July, who had long discovered that something was wrong, pulled away early. He jumped onto the tall wall behind him and observed the changes on the field from a high position. On the sand ball, the tiny sand actually condensed into an eyeball. It floated there strangely. "Since you have wrapped yourself into a ball and trapped yourself in place, then don't blame me for being rude." As he said that, July changed his weapon to a longbow and began to condense his ultimate move. The huge phoenix wings appeared again, and whether it was ninjas or civilians on the field, they could all feel the threat of death from the huge bow and arrow. The wall under his feet was also stepped on with spiderweb-like cracks. At this time, no matter how much Maki shouted to surrender and stop the game, it was useless. He was already red-eyed, and he didn't care about signals or plans. He jumped directly into the field to block Gaara, raising his hands high. The spies in the crowd saw Maki's signal and began to act. On the top stand, the Kazekage had successfully kidnapped Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sure enough, his death threat forced them to reveal their true colors. He didn't dare to shoot at Gaara with this move, after all, he was still in the village. Judging from his appearance just now, he was on the verge of collapse. If this arrow made him release Shikaku, the consequences would be disastrous. The purple barrier that suddenly rose on the top stand attracted July's attention. The spiritual eyes opened, and on the roof of the stand, at the four corners of the rectangular barrier, there was a person squatting. In the barrier, the wind shadow was holding a kunai and holding Sarutobi Hiruzen. After finding the target, July shot the arrow at the purple barrier without hesitation. When the arrow touched the edge barrier, the barrier seemed to have turned into gel. The entire barrier at the top of the arrow was deformed. The people who set up the barrier around used all their strength to explode all the chakra in their bodies. They barely maintained the barrier. They were all scared by the power of this arrow at this time. They were afraid that there would be another arrow like this later. In the barrier, the wind shadow seemed to be relatively calm. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was not like that. He was still thinking about the giant chakra arrow before. When he saw July condense this move, he was already surprised. But the power displayed by the arrow afterwards was completely incredible, and it felt like his worldview had been shattered. How come the little girl who had grown up under his nose suddenly became so powerful? Chapter 50. July didn't care what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. She quickly disrupted the chakra in her body and lifted the illusion. Because just now, countless feathers suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Realizing that someone was performing an illusion, and it was a large-scale illusion. Because of such a change, the audience did not make any commotion. This was obviously affected by the illusion just now. After being exposed to the illusion, she immediately turned her attention to Gaara and the others. As guessed, the Sand Village pulled the Jinchuriki to Konoha just to make trouble. Orochimaru has not appeared yet, so July can only focus on Gaara. But even if he appears, it is not something July can worry about. He can't beat him at all, so how can he worry? Leave it to Jiraiya and Kakashi. Took a look at the nobles area. Jiraiya was already helping the Umbu evacuate these nobles. Kakashi was protecting the audience under the illusion with Kai and other senior ninjas. Seventh Moon's pupils shrank suddenly. Something seemed to be wrong. The nobles have almost left now, so what about Orochimaru? Orochimaru would never let go of such a perfect opportunity. Did he guess wrong? Was Orochimaru really for Sasuke? And then he ran away. Naruto and Sasuke had already run to Seventh Moon's side and saw the commotion in front of them. They all asked Seventh Moon what to do. Naruto, go up to help Kakashi and the others, and gather our peers. Sasuke, help me keep an eye on Gaara, don't let him out of your sight. If you want to escape, don't act rashly. Just follow closely, leave marks along the way, and pay attention to safety. After arranging the tasks for the two, Seventh Moon quickly ran towards the top barrier. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and followed Seventh Moon's instructions. Each of them went to perform their own tasks. Gaara did not stay where he was, and he was injured and ran away with his two companions. Sasuke quickly followed, and Naruto ran to Kakashi first. He told him about July's arrangement, and Kakashi had just seen Sasuke chasing him. Naruto quickly called Shikamaru, Kiba, and Shino. Shikamaru wanted to play dead, but Kakashi saw through him. Shikamaru got up as if nothing had happened and scratched his head helplessly. Okay, Shikamaru, stop complaining. Now is a critical moment for the village. Now I'm going to give you an S-level mission. Help Sasuke keep an eye on the whereabouts of 3 people from the Sand Village. Remember, don't do anything. That Gaara is the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village. It's very dangerous. You just need to keep an eye on them. We'll go help you after we deal with the situation here. When Naruto heard that it was an S-level mission, he jumped up and down in excitement. Shikamaru smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's really a deadly trouble. But Konoha couldn't spare anyone else to carry out this mission, and Sasuke had already followed. There was no choice. The 4 of them set off quickly and followed the marks left by Sasuke along the way. July climbed up to the roof and looked at the situation inside the barrier. The Umbu around him wanted to force their way into the barrier, but they all paid a painful price. The Umbu people seemed to have no brains and didn't want to think at all. Is it so easy to break the barrier set up by the other party for Sarutobi Hiruzen and break in? In the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen has escaped from the hold of the Kazekage. He is confronting the Kazekage, but the Kazekage takes off his disguise. July and Sarutobi Hiruzen in the barrier are completely shocked. It is not because of the exposure of Orochimaru's identity, but because it is a woman who appears in front of everyone. This is what shocked July. Because of the barrier, they can't hear the voices inside at all. The fight has already started inside, and the Umbu around them have changed from being eager to enter the barrier at the beginning. Now they are standing there calmly. The tense atmosphere before is completely gone. July walked to an Umbu. Umbu-sama, why don't you ask the barrier team to break the barrier? Hokage-sama is in danger now, how can we go in to support him without breaking the barrier? The Umbu wore a mask on his face, so his face could not be seen, but it could be seen from his actions. He was looking at him with contempt. Don't worry, little guy. The 3rd Hokage is the strongest Hokage. How could Orochimaru, as a disciple, beat Hokage-sama? We just studied it, this barrier can be easily broken from the inside. After the Hokage has dealt with this traitor, we will be able to get out safely. July was speechless by this Umbu. Is this the backlash after brainwashing? These people have been brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen for too many years, and they have turned into brain-dead fans on the spot. Then he lobbied several Umbu around him, and the answers he got were surprisingly consistent. As the 3rd generation of the strongest Hokage, he will never fail. July can no longer find any words to describe her current mood. Shit, she doesn't care, let them do whatever they want. Anyway, she has said what she should say and persuaded what she should persuade. Let them continue to daydream with the idea of being the strongest Hokage. July, who decided not to meddle in other people's business, quickly found Kakashi. The advantage of the bow and arrow was reflected at this time, a round of accurate rapid shooting. The few enemies were all harvested by July. Kakashi, Kai and others were temporarily freed. July, I have sent Naruto, Shikamaru and others to chase Gaara and others. You too. Kakashi was interrupted angrily by July before he could finish. Teacher Kakashi, you can send anyone, why did you send Naruto to chase Gaara? You let a reckless lady who scored 0 in disguise and surveillance chase another Jinchuriki. Guess why I didn't send the stronger Sasuke to help you, but sent Naruto instead? Kakashi stood there in a daze, as if struck by lightning. It shouldn't be a big problem, I haven't considered Naruto's personality. Didn't I send Shikamaru to be on the safe side? But he ignored Shikamaru's personality and Naruto's ability as a reckless man. Once Naruto becomes brainless, 10 cows can't stop him. Not to mention Shikamaru and the others, I'm afraid they may not be able to stop Naruto but also get themselves involved. Without much talk, the village is now in chaos. The audience who escaped from the illusion were also in a hurry to escape. July asked about the direction Sasuke and the others left, and chased them directly. Before leaving, he asked Kakashi to quickly solve the village's troubles and support them as soon as possible. Gaara and the others would never easily if he leaves, there must be many enemies protecting him. Naruto and Sasuke alone cannot do it. So along the way, July's spiritual eyes were open to the limit. He had to observe whether there were pursuers behind him, and be alert to whether there were ambushes in front of him. Soon, Shikamaru's figure was found in front. He was leaning against a tree with blood all over his body, surrounded by more than a dozen figures. The situation was critical, and July burst out at the fastest speed. He took out the black Xuanyue and shot rapidly, using all the arrows of victory. The arrows silently blew up the heads of more than a dozen enemies. The scene looked as cruel as it could be. Shikamaru saw July rushing in from a distance and put down his hand that was making a seal behind him. He breathed a long sigh of relief. He was planning to use the shadow just now. The mimicry technique detonated all the detonating tags on his body and he died with the enemy. Fortunately, July arrived in time and saved his life. July hurried to Shikamaru to check his injuries and gave Shikamaru the antidote, Bingliangwen. After checking that Shikamaru was fine, July set out again. On the way, he met Kiba and Shino fighting with Temari and the others. But he didn't see Naruto and Sasuke, so July joined the battle quickly. 2 arrows of victory ended the battle and captured Temari and Kankuro. As soon as they finished the battle, a huge noise came from the distance of the forest. Then the ground began to shake, and July quickly jumped to the top of the tree. He opened his spiritual eyes to check the situation in the distance, and vaguely saw 2 huge bodies Shadow is fighting. The noise just now should be caused by the 2 of them. Without bothering to say anything to Ya and the others, he rushed to the battlefield at a burst of speed. When July arrived at the battlefield, he saw the weak Sasuke lying on a branch at first sight. His eyes were fixed on the battle not far away. He helped him up and checked his injuries first. It was just a few skin injuries and chakra depletion. It was not a big deal. He followed Sasuke's gaze and looked at the battle not far away. The 2 fighting were a khaki raccoon cat and a big red toad. Gaara was on top of the raccoon cat and seemed to have fallen into a coma. Standing on the big toad's head was Naruto. July finally saw what a big battle was like. The 2 bodies were too huge. Even if it was just a simple ninjutsu, the power and the scene were earth-shaking. Sasuke leaned against the tree and asked a question inexplicably. July, do you think my life is too comfortable now? Or am I worse than the last one? The fight between Naruto and Neji had already irritated the arrogant Sasuke. In addition, Naruto's summoned beast was fighting the monster that he had no way to deal with. This further irritated Sasuke, and July looked at him helplessly. Uchiha Sasuke, everyone's fate is different. What is the reason that you can't accept that others are stronger than you? I told you that Naruto is a Jinchuriki, perhaps the strongest among us. You are jealous of Naruto's strength now, and you keep denying yourself. These have gradually twisted your heart. But have you ever thought that these are all obtained by Naruto's hard work after countless hardships since childhood? In fact, sometimes I envy the 2 of you. One is a Jinchuriki, who can have a huge amount of chakra without effort. The other has the blood limit of the Uchiha clan that is famous in the ninja world. You who have the Sharingan, like Naruto, only need to develop with peace of mind to gain power beyond ordinary people. When you are jealous of others denying yourself, have you ever thought about how ordinary people like us who don't have special powers survive? Jiue's last sentence actually has a bit of Versailles meaning. She is indeed more envious of Naruto and Sasuke, but it is a bit too much to say that she is an ordinary person without special powers. The theoretical knowledge she had in her ES life was an infinite treasure trove of wealth. While the two were talking, the battle between the One-Tail and the Big Toad also entered a white-hot stage. In fact, it stands to reason that the Big Toad would definitely not be able to beat the One-Tail Shikaku. It was just because of the seal that although Shikaku was now in its perfect form. But it was not truly out of the Jinchuriki, so its strength was also limited a lot. July silently calculated the remaining chakra in his body. This wave had to support the Big Toad and Naruto, and try to drag Shikaku here. Once they failed to contain Shikaku, he would return to Konoha to cause damage. The consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of this, July helped Sasuke, who was still in a bad mood, away from the battlefield. This place might be affected later, and leaving him here would be tantamount to seeking death. After settling Sasuke, July returned to the battlefield and jumped on the head of the Big Toad. Naruto, do you have much chakra left? Try to preserve your own chakra. Extend the summoning time of your summoning beast. Since Shikaku has come out, we must drag him here. We can't let him go to Konoha to cause trouble. Is that clear? Naruto is not stupid. He also knows the consequences of letting this monster break into Konoha. He quickly obeyed July's words and stopped wasting chakra. In fact, what can he waste? He doesn't know ninjutsu, and taijutsu is useless now. But the Big Toad below spoke. Little girl, I won't bother you for standing on my head casually for the time being. Did you see the unconscious boy on Shikaku's head? Shikaku's seal is special. Jinchuriki can release Shikaku by taking a nap. Just interrupt the boy's nap and let him wake up. Shikaku will naturally return to the body of the Jinchuriki. But before July could speak, Shikaku on the opposite side laughed. Hiya reverse tilde hiya, I finally got out, how could I let you destroy me? As he said that, a ball of sand condensed above his head, protecting Gaara without blind spots. July shot an arrow tentatively, but the arrow was blocked by the sand before it flew to Gaara. The sand controlled by Gaara is completely different from the sand controlled by Shikaku. Whether it is the flying speed of the sand or the power of the sand. Naruto has no long-range means and can only worry. The Big Toad does have means. But just now July and the others asked to save chakra and extend the summoning time. Now we can only pin our hopes on July, because she is the only one in the field who can attack remotely. Naruto, Big Toad, you two delay time for me and try to keep balance as much as possible. As he said that, he closed his eyes and began to accumulate chakra. Naruto and the Big Toad who received the order tried their best to keep the balance above their heads, avoiding the crazy attacks of the opposite Shikaku. Naruto, who was still waiting anxiously, suddenly walked to July's side in an uncharacteristic way. Putting his palm on July's shoulder, July was accumulating chakra. Suddenly, he felt a huge amount of red chakra coming from his shoulder. These chakras were just like those refined by July himself, and he used them like an arm. In an instant, they were integrated into his body, there was no rejection reaction at all. July opened his eyes and turned to look at Naruto, only to see Naruto baring his teeth and patting his chest with his other hand. July, the big fox asked me to support you. As much as you want, you're welcome. With the chakra of the nine tails, July instantly became confident. Raising the longbow in his hand, the chakra arrow condensed. The 5-layer ring at the arrowhead appeared. Moreover, many golden halos appeared around July. In each halo, a giant arrow slowly extended its arrowhead. Surrounded by dazzling brilliance, July seemed to be a god. Shikaku, the target on the opposite side, felt a hint of threat. Silently strengthened Gaara's defense. But forcing July to use the trump card of the Nine-Tails chakra is not so easy to resist. Even if Shikaku resists it himself, he has to leave something behind. In an instant, July released the bowstring, and the arrows gathered on the bow broke through Facia's defense with lightning speed and hit the sand ball above Shikaka's head. The giant arrows in the golden light circle also drilled out of the light circle and flew towards Shikaka's body. The scene was no worse than when the big toad and Shikaka were fighting ninjutsu just now. The giant arrows passed through Shikaka's body one by one, breaking his limbs. But after a while, the sand gathered again and his limbs recovered. The arrow containing the 5 attributes broke the sand ball directly without any surprise and nailed it in Gaara's abdomen. The severe pain interrupted Gaara's doze. Shikaka shouted that it was impossible, and his body was directly shattered into loose sand. The seriously injured Gaara fell to the ground and lost his ability to move. The one-tailed Jinchuriki successfully captured him. Chapter 51. The battle ended here, and not far away, Ya and his men came over with 2 captives and Sasuke. Except for some unknown details. They saw the whole battle. In their hearts, they silently admired the strength of July Naruto. Especially July, the last bow and arrow, and all kinds of cool lights. They blinded their titanium alloy eyes directly. Including Sasuke's blood-red enhanced blood limit version of tungsten alloy eyes. Sasuke, who had been slightly restored to reason by July's persuasion just now, instantly thought of July's last words. You are called an ordinary person without power. So in the entire Team 7, am I the only clown? If this continues, when will I be able to kill that man? July doesn't know the discomfort in Sasuke's heart. If she knew, she would definitely shout that she was wronged. Her original words were that he was obviously an ordinary person without special powers, not an ordinary person without power. If you have the guts, let's swap our identities. If she doesn't use her Sharingan to her advantage, then she will have traveled through time in vain. However, with 5 types of chakra, she has a chance to cultivate her own bloodline limit. It can only be said that this chance is very slim. Naruto walked to Gaara and looked at him with sympathy. Temari was also begging the ninjas of Konoha to save Gaara first. Because Gaara's abdomen was still bleeding, if it continued like this, Gaara might die. But they still underestimated the ability of the Jinchuriki to recover from injuries. Naruto took out a hemostatic bandage and helped Gaara deal with the wound. Look, no matter how scared they are still your relatives. Although your father is not qualified to be a father, at least you still have brothers and sisters. They will also care about your injuries. I have been alone since I was born. You must have been in pain all along. Like you, I also have a terrifying and disgusting existence in my body. I can fully understand the pain you have experienced, but I still made friends who fight side by side with you through my own efforts. Wake up, only you can save you. Chiyue and the others listened to Naruto quietly. It seems that Naruto had a lot of exchanges with Gaara before she came. At this time, Naruto's sadness was completely from the heart. Gaara looked at Naruto in front of him, who had just fought to the death but was now persuading himself. A crack began to appear in the heart that had been closed for a long time. Naruto's sadness did not seem to be acting, and neither did Temari Kankuro's worried eyes in the distance. Have I been wrong all along? Just when Gaara was still thinking about his short life, several figures suddenly appeared beside Gaara. They waved their weapons and were about to kill Gaara. Naruto, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, did not hesitate at all. He jumped on Gaara and blocked all the attacks for him. July and the others were a little slower, but they also chose their own opponents and came together. After the figures appeared, she found that their outfits were the same as those of Konoha's Umbu. Originally, July thought they were here to support the arrest of Gaara. But they attacked without mercy, and even saw that Naruto had already jumped on Gaara and did not stop. She knew that these should not be Umbu people. July could still barely fight with these Umbu, but Kiba and the others were no match at all. Sasuke wanted to come forward to help, but his Ius injuries could no longer support him to fight. Just when these fake Umbu forced July and the others to retreat and were about to attack again, Kakashi, Kai, Asuma, and Shikamaru showed up in time to stop them. The leader of the fake Umbu stood up at this time. We are ordered to kill the Sand Village and others who are causing trouble in Konoha. Are you going to disobey the orders of the higher-ups? What he said was quite intimidating, but which of the senior ninjas present was a fool? Kakashi, who was born in the Umbu, knew the origins of these people very well. Asuma, the son of the third-generation Hokage, the orthodox Umbu would never dare to use the so-called high-level orders to pressure him. Kai, he didn't say much, he didn't care about the brain, anyway, just follow Kakashi and do it. I don't care whose orders you are following, the matter of Jinchuriki is a big deal. I will go back and report this matter to the Hokage in person, and then I, Hatake Kakashi, will bear all the consequences. Seeing that they had lost the opportunity to take action, those fake Umbu left in an instant. Kakashi was slightly relieved after seeing them leave. It's not that I'm afraid of them, but there are not only them at the scene, but also these weak genin. Although those Umbu just now were of shady origin, but his strength should not be underestimated. Once the battle continues, he can't guarantee the safety of these little guys. Naruto seemed to be seriously injured, but with the recovery of the Ninetales chakra. Soon he was full of energy, and Gaara stood up with Naruto's help. Gaara was infected by Naruto's actions just now and his innocent smile. He tried to walk slowly towards Temari and Kankuro. I'm sorry, I lost control. Are you okay? Temari and Kankuro looked at the weak Gaara in front of them with tears in their eyes. It took a while to calm down the excitement and nodded slowly. Don't worry, the people of Konoha didn't hit hard. But your injury, are you okay? Gaara is still not used to the care of others, so he can only nod silently. Everything is difficult at the beginning, so get used to it slowly in the future. Their affairs came to an end for the time being. Asuma and Kai wanted to ask about the details of the battle. But they were all changed by Kakashi, because he guessed that July must have played a key role in it. Helping July to conceal his strength was what he had promised. Several people quickly returned to Konoha village together, but the atmosphere in the village seemed extremely heavy at this time. Although there was a riot this time, Kakashi and Jiraiya made a lot of arrangements in advance under July's reminder. So it did not cause much damage, and the atmosphere should not be so heavy. Jiraiya and an Umbu wearing a white cloak found Kakashi and others who had just entered the village. July, who knew the news, understood why the atmosphere was so heavy. The third Hokage died in the battle, and Orochimaru escaped with serious injuries. All this was actually not beyond July's expectations. She had persuaded the Umbu a long time ago. But they didn't listen, and stubbornly believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was invincible. The Umbu in the white cloak in front of him seemed to be there at the time. The Umbu stared at by July felt ashamed at this moment. If they had listened to the little girl's advice and asked the barrier team to break the barrier earlier, then would the result be different? He was even a little afraid that July would tell the details of the time. Because they were already seriously derelict in their duty. They were responsible for the safety of the Hokage but did not save the Hokage in the first time. This was a capital crime. However, July had no desire to expose the truth, not because she was soft-hearted. But she had never thought of this step, even if she knew it now. She would not expose the truth either. First because she was insignificant and no one would believe what she said except a few people. What's more, they were many. Second, she felt it was unnecessary. Why bother a group of brainwashed fools? She didn't like Sarutobi Hiruzen in the first place. If he died, a new Hokage would be appointed. Maybe it would bring different changes to Konoha. Will the Konoha high-level group, which has lost the safe haven of the Hokage, restrain itself a little? She will never forget what the high-level group headed by Sarutobi has done to White Fang and Naruto over the years. Chapter 52. Kakashi and other senior ninjas followed Jiraiya. The follow-up news should be announced in the 2 days. When they left, they also took Gaara and others with them. No matter who killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, they were accomplices. The treatment should not be too bad, as the identities of the three people are not simple. In addition to Gaara's identity as a Jinchuriki, the three people are all sons of the Kazekage. If they are abused, it will be a diplomatic issue. At this moment, even the powerful Konoha will not cause trouble. After all, Konoha is now in a state of leaderlessness. However, the compensation from the Sand Village this time will definitely make them bleed heavily. July and the others also said goodbye to each other. After returning home, July recalled the whole incident. With Jiraiya, the safety of those nobles should be no problem. What is the purpose of Orochimaru's alliance with the Sand Village? Is it just to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen? But isn't this risk too big? This is the core base of Konoha village, and it is at such a critical time as the Chunin selection examination. The alert level of the whole village is several times higher than usual. Even if July did not find the trace of Orochimaru, he did not guess that there would be cholera. With the strength of Konoha, they would not cause much loss this time. So why did Orochimaru take such a big risk to come back? And there is a doubt, did the Sand Village know about this operation? After all, the Kazekage was pretended by Orochimaru. Is it to leave a way out for themselves? If the operation fails, the Kazekage can also lie that he didn't know. But it's still wrong. Sand Village is one of the 5 major ninja villages after all. How could they cooperate with Konoha's rebel ninja, even if Orochimaru has the title of Sannin? But the strength of Konoha may not be known by other villages, but Sand Village will definitely not. Even if there are 3 more Orochimaru, don't think about taking Konoha. But why would the Sand Village cooperate with Orochimaru without any lucrative benefits? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head, and she thought of something. Putting aside all the impossibilities, the remaining one, no matter how outrageous, is the truth. No matter how much benefit Orochimaru promised, he would not easily let the Sand Village cooperate so easily. Even the children of the Kazekage, including the Jinchuriki, were sent to participate in this event. The risk and the benefit are not proportional at all, and the Kazekage would not fail to think of it. Even if the Kazekage could not think of it, are the high-level officials of the Sand Village also fools? Therefore, it was not the Kazekage who issued the order for cooperation. The Kazekage may have been given by Orochimaru. At the beginning, the Sand Village may have come here simply to cooperate with Konoha to hold the Chunin exam normally. It's just that the Kazekage was replaced in the middle, and later replaced by Orochimaru. And Orochimaru arranged the entire plan as the Kazekage. The general was not subject to military orders when he was away, and the high-level officials of the Sand Village were kept in the dark throughout the whole process. This should be the only possibility, otherwise she really couldn't figure it out. Why did the Sand Village put the future of the entire village on the Kazekage and Shikaku? A knock on the door interrupted July's thinking. She got up and opened the door. Kakashi was standing outside. She politely invited Kakashi in. Kakashi's face was cold throughout the whole process. July silently poured Kakashi a glass of her own wine. She sat down quietly and waited for Kakashi's words. The rich aroma of the wine seemed to soothe Kakashi's emotions. He picked up the glass and drank it all. At this time, he no longer had the mind to think about why the wine was purple. July, your original guess was correct. My father was really framed. This time, because the 3rd Hokage was in trouble, I sneaked into the data room. I saw some top-secret scrolls. I didn't expect that my father would be killed by such a childish scheme. And the 3rd Hokage knew everything and acquiesced to these things. July, I really don't know whether I should hate him or not. July looked at Kakashi quietly. Teacher Kakashi, does Lord Jiraiya know about this? Kakashi shook his head. July drank a sip of water and slowly put down the cup. No, Lord Jiraiya may also know about your father. Even if I don't know the details, I should be able to guess it vaguely. Kakashi looked at July in confusion, not knowing why she said that. Teacher Kakashi, the 3 ninjas were becoming famous. That was also when the 3rd Hokage announced that he would step down as Hokage. Even if your father wasn't there, who would be the most likely candidate for the position of Hokage? July gave Kakashi time to think. He had also experienced this era. If there is no father, then the best candidate is the 3 ninjas. Chiyu nodded. Yes, as the direct disciple of the 3rd Hokage, he also made great achievements on the battlefield and earned the title of the 3 ninjas who are famous in the ninja world. Even at the peak, the teams led by the 3 of them could fight against a ninja village. Even if the 4th Hokage is also very famous, he rose too late after all. It can't be compared with the 3 ninjas. But why did Minato inherit the Hokage? After your father passed away, the 2 most popular candidates for the successor to the Hokage seemed to be Orochimaru and Minato. Did Orochimaru just start the process? Human experiment? Isn't that right? I remember the hospital records. Many of Orochimaru's experimental results were applied to medical treatment. Even if he had captured civilians for experiments before, how could Orochimaru suddenly reveal his true colors at the critical moment of the Hokage election? He was caught on the spot and became a traitor. Orochimaru is an extremely smart person. From the beginning of the election, he would never let anyone know that he had a dark history. Even if he didn't completely destroy those records, he would never commit crimes against the wind and let people catch him so easily. Speaking of this, July paused. She had her own conclusion, but she didn't know whether she should tell Kakashi. It's not that she didn't believe Kakashi, but now that Kakashi knew a little bit of the truth, he had already had the seeds of hatred. Once she said her own conclusion, she was afraid that Kakashi would not be able to bear it. He would betray Konoha just like Orochimaru. Kakashi was also anxiously waiting for July's conclusion. He didn't understand why July stopped talking. Teacher Kakashi, do you hate Hokage or the entire Konoha? Even if someone framed your father, the biggest culprit for your father's suicide was the people of Konoha. Kakashi fell into silence for a long time after hearing this. Indeed, who should he hate? Sarutobi Hiruzen? The companions his father saved? Or the civilians of Konoha? Seeing Kakashi's tangled state, July breathed a sigh of relief. If he can still be tangled, it proves that he should have his own thoughts. He will not fall into extremes. Teacher Kakashi, listen to me and then give me the answer. In the matter of your father, Naruto, and Orochimaru. In fact, there is a third party. I don't know who this third party is, but it exists. It has been weaving a huge network. Your father, because his reputation overwhelmed the third Hokage, it cooperated with the third Hokage to pull your father off the altar. Maybe the third Hokage didn't want to kill your father, but his acquiescence is to encourage the arrogance of this unhealthy trend. The third Hokage, the incident with Orochimaru, also has its shadow. Even if Orochimaru captured his fellow villagers for human experiments, he would only withdraw from the election for Hokage. Given Orochimaru's status and reputation, he would be punished slightly at most. After a long time, the whole Konoha would forget about it. Why did you force Orochimaru to betray the village? Throughout the whole incident, your father and Orochimaru were stumbling blocks on the road to becoming Hokage. What happened with Naruto weakened the reputation of the fourth Hokage, and the Jinju who had been isolated since childhood. The power is also the easiest to be manipulated. Look at Konoha in recent years. The Senju clan announced its disbandment and integrated into the civilian population. The huge family left by the first and second generations disappeared into the crowd. And which of the families of Konoha's top leaders, Sarutobi, Mito, etc., did not suddenly rise and develop rapidly? The three ninjas fell apart directly, some escaped, some ran away. This is what I said before, Master Jiraiya may know the secret of your father's affairs. I ask you, do you hate the third generation of Hokage, or do you hate the entire Konoha? In fact, the root cause of these things is that the entire Konoha is rotten from the root. The top leaders want to consolidate their own regime and seize benefits. They will do anything. Those civilians are indeed stupid, but they are just knives in the hands of the top leaders. The entire Konoha is rotten. If a small part of the apple is rotten, then the whole apple will soon rot. A big tree with rotten roots cannot grow new branches. Seventh Moon's words sounded so deafening in Kakashi's ears at this time. Yes, how can a rotten big tree stretch out new branches? Kakashi, who has been brainwashed by the will of fire for many years, was awakened by Seventh Moon's words. I can hate the third Hokage, you can hate the Konoha high-level officials. But you should not let hatred spread. At least in the village, the fourth Hokage Minato treated me sincerely, and the bond between companions was deep. The village was just sick, and now the cause has been found. What I should do is to solve the cause. Let the village recover its health, instead of complaining here and letting myself fall into the vortex of hatred. Chapter 53. Kakashi, who had figured it out, stood up suddenly. He bowed 90 degrees to July. Thank you, July. If it weren't for you, I might really be on a path of no return. July also stood up and waved his hand. Teacher Kakashi, it's best that you can figure it out. This is also the village where I was born and raised, and I hope it can get better and better. By the way, when will the funeral of the third Hokage be held? July didn't want to say anything more to Kakashi on this topic, so he could only change the subject. The top management is meeting now to decide on the candidate for Hokage. As for the funeral, it will be tentatively scheduled for the morning of the day after tomorrow. July didn't need to think, and he was sure that the top management wanted Jiraiya to be the Hokage now. After all, there really is no suitable candidate in the village now. Kakashi who left was different from when he came, and he obviously felt a sense of energy. Kai, who had been following Kakashi since he came out of the Hokage building, saw Kakashi's expression at this time. He was relieved immediately, because Kakashi at that time exuded a desperate aura. This made his best friend very worried. He didn't know what happened. He could only follow quietly. Unexpectedly, Kakashi came to find his female student. After finding her, he returned to his original state, even more energetic than before. Curious Kai walked up and knocked on the door. He wanted to find out what magic this female student of Kakashi had. July opened the door again in confusion. She never thought that it would be Kai outside the door. Teacher Kai. What do you want to talk to me about? Kai shyly touched the back of his head, looking like he wanted to say something but stopped. That's what I want to ask, are you a doctor? Or are you a psychological counselor? Why did Kakashi look so desperate, but he recovered after you came to him? July was amused by Kai's words. Teacher Kai, I'm not a doctor or a psychological counselor. Teacher Kakashi just couldn't figure out some things for a while. He recovered after he figured it out. Kai looked unconvinced. Then why did he come to you? If he can't figure it out, he can go home and think about it. Can you help him figure it out? July looked at Kai with a silly face. Teacher Kai, there must be a teacher among 3 people. If you don't understand something, will you look for Teacher Kakashi? I just give Teacher Kakashi a different way of thinking. Perhaps he was stunned by July's words about 3 people walking together. Kai thought about it and it really made sense. There were times when he didn't understand something. He also went to Kakashi to ask questions. Kai clenched his right fist and hit the palm of his left hand. I understand. By the way, the day after tomorrow is the funeral of the 3rd generation. Don't forget to wear formal clothes. Then, what's your name? Chiyue really didn't dare to look at Kai's face now, she was afraid that she would burst out laughing. My name is Shinto Chiyue, Teacher Kai, remember this time, don't forget it again. Kai nodded to show that he remembered, and then ran away. It seems that he went to chase Kakashi, but he always felt something was wrong on the way. He seemed to have ignored Chiyue's age. Shouldn't Kakashi look for him, his best friend, if he had doubts? At worst, Yuhi Kurenai would be fine. Why come to find a child? But these are no longer important. As long as Kakashi figured it out and restored the status quo, it would be fine. In the Konoha meeting room, 4 men and 1 woman sat at the table. One of the men and 1 woman was chattering and madly outputting to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, now Sarutobi is in trouble, Konoha needs a leader. To deter and appease the villagers. As Sarutobi's disciple, no one is more suitable than you. An old, squinting woman looked at Jiraiya and said. Jiraiya had refused countless times, but he still explained. I can't do it. I've been wild for so many years, and my personality is really not suitable for being a Hokage. An old man with glasses sitting to the woman stood up quickly. Are you really going to watch Konoha fall into trouble? We are old, and you have to take the pressure at this time. He started with a moral kidnapping. The old man with a bandage on his head covering his right eye wanted to raise his hand to speak, but was stopped by the woman who was as old as a grandmother. Danzo, I know what you are going to say. But as Men Yen said, we are old. Now we need young people to withstand the pressure and clean up this mess. The old man who was scolded angrily stabbed the floor with his cane, making a crisp sound. But now Jiraiya obviously has no intention to dedicate himself to Konoha. You know my ability after so many years. Chu Feng, you have been sitting there eating. Why don't you say a few words on such an important occasion? The old man sitting on the side of Jiraiya was from the Akimichi clan by his figure and dress. At this time, he was called by Danzo, and he could only make a suggestion helplessly. You didn't even let Jiraiya finish his words. Let's listen to what Jiraiya has to say first. Jiraiya gave Chu Feng a thankful look. I said I don't want to be the one, but there are more suitable candidates than me. Don't forget, there is not only me and the 3 ninjas. There is also Yidian Hong in the ninja world. The old lady suddenly realized what she said, but the problem came immediately. Tsunade. Tsunade is indeed a better candidate than you. But Tsunade has not returned to Konoha for many years. It's harder to find her than you. Can you still find her? Jiraiya nodded. After so many years of traveling in the ninja world, I still have my own sources of information. Tsunade, I know where she is now. If I bring her back. Don't mention the Hokage to me, okay? Tsufeng looked at the other two old men and agreed immediately. You have brought Tsunade back, who will let you be the Hokage? If you are not forced to do so, you don't even have the qualifications to be mentioned. The old man named Danzo saw that they had already discussed the result. He knew that his goal could not be achieved without asking his intention at all. He could only get up and leave angrily. Wait, no one is more suitable to be the Hokage than me. Let's wait and see. But he only dared to say this when there was no one around. The funeral was held as scheduled, and almost all the people in Konoha were present. Everyone was wearing black clothes and had solemn expressions. It was drizzling, which was appropriate for the occasion. Kakashi and Nanaue did not stand in the front row with the other ninjas, but just found a corner to stay. The debt is settled when the person dies, no matter how many wrong things Sarutobi Hiruzen did during his reign. Now that the person is dead, there is no point in arguing about it. I was able to attend the funeral only out of respect for the death of an old man. In my ES life, when I saw a stranger die, I would politely go forward to comfort him and say condolences. What's more, his death was indeed to protect this village. Chapter 54. The funeral ended in a sad mood. July left without waiting for the funeral to end, because she couldn't stand the atmosphere. On the way home, she passed by a pub. The pub was small, and the curtain at the door couldn't hide the situation inside. An unexpected person was sitting there drinking alone. July walked in quietly and sat to that person. The owner of the pub might have also gone to the funeral, but it was outrageous that he didn't close the door. Aren't you afraid of losing things? The person drinking was Jiraiya, and he looked at July, who was sitting to him. Children, you can't enter the pub. July walked into the bar and took a bottle of wine and filled it for Jiraiya. It looked like she was the owner of the pub and was greeting guests. Didn't Master Jiraiya go to the funeral? Jiraiya picked up the wine glass and took a sip. I've attended too many funerals and witnessed the death of too many relatives and friends. I don't know when it started, but my heart has become numb. What if I don't go to the funeral? It's just a formality if I go. What about you? You don't look like you didn't go. Leaving early? Seven nodded and poured herself a glass of water. I couldn't stand the depressing atmosphere at the scene, so I left early. When are you leaving? Jiraiya slowly put down the wine glass and looked at Seven in surprise. But he seemed to have thought of something and smiled and shook his head. You can imagine that it won't work today. Tomorrow, I'll take Naruto with me tomorrow. What? Do you want to go? Seven held the wine glass, as if he didn't hear Jiraiya's words. You promised me to help me solve the curse seal problem, but you haven't fulfilled it yet. Besides, sometimes it's important to go out and breathe the fresh air outside the village and relax yourself. After saying that, he turned his head and smiled at Jiraiya. Jiraiya picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Meet at the village gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. After saying that, he left in a chic manner. July opened his wallet and left a 20,000 tael bill. Then he locked the door and left. A drink doesn't cost 20,000 taels at all. The rest of the money is for the boss to repair the door. Jiraiya, that guy, not only didn't pay for drinking. He also broke the door in. Before, July was still wondering why the boss didn't close the door for the funeral. She actually guessed that Jiraiya would definitely not choose to be Hokage, so there was only one choice left. One of the three ninjas, the granddaughter of the first generation, a distant relative of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and the last orthodox existence of the Senju clan of Konoha. She is called the medical Saint Tsunade. Jiraiya wanted to get rid of the entanglement of Konoha's high-level officials, so he had no choice but to find her back. And he was the only one who could take him away from the village openly. After returning home, July quietly began to pack his luggage. Before leaving, he had to tell Kakashi. Ask him to keep an eye on Sasuke. She always felt that Sasuke became strange after the battle with Shikaku. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, some monster should not be able to help but show up. Among them is the ghost thing Orochimaru, although I heard from Kakashi that Orochimaru escaped with serious injuries at the time. But who knows if Orochimaru has any trump cards? The disgusting substitute technique at the time was one. Thinking about it now, July's scalp numbs for a while. At night, I found Kakashi and told him about my plan to leave the village. By the way, I told him about Sasuke, and Kakashi nodded and agreed. Remind July to pay attention to safety and say that he will see him off tomorrow. Then July left. The morning, July packed up her things and sealed them into a scroll. Then she went to look for Naruto. When she arrived at Naruto's house, she saw through the window that Naruto was still sleeping soundly. But his posture was not very elegant, and his saliva flowed all over the pillow. His pajamas could hardly cover his buttocks. It was a bit hot, so July quickly covered his eyes. He knocked hard on the window, and Naruto inside was awakened. He looked at July outside the window with sleepy eyes while holding the pillow. Then he ran into the bathroom with a shout. Knowing that Naruto had woken up, July also jumped out of the window, waiting for him downstairs. After a while, Naruto ran down in a panic. He was dragging a huge package behind him. Are you planning to move? Naruto scratched his head shyly. Didn't the lecherous sage say he would take me to practice? I planned it all night last night. These are all necessary things for the wild. It seems that he has never told Naruto the truth. But what can I do? What? We can't ask him to move the things back again. Look at the time, it's almost time to gather. Chiyue took out a scroll helplessly, in front of Naruto's surprised eyes. Seal all the things in it. Then throw the scroll to Naruto and tell him how to unseal it. Hurrying to the entrance of the village. When he saw Jiraiya, he was still dressed the same way as before. He carried a huge scroll as tall as a person on his back. After everyone arrived, the three-person team officially set off and embarked on the journey to find Tsunade. The destination this time is Tancho Street. According to Jiraiya's information, Tsunade should be there now. Tancho Street is adjacent to Konoha and is a commercial street that integrates entertainment and leisure. It is very famous in the entire Land of Fire. Along the way, Jiraiya taught Naruto carefully. But Naruto's foundation was so poor that Jiraiya had no choice but to teach him from the beginning. Jiraiya once wanted to give up on Naruto. But who made Naruto the son of his disciple? Just swallow it. You say Naruto is stupid. He can understand some complicated things at once. You say he is smart, but he has to learn even the knowledge of difficulty like 1 + 1 for a long time. In the end, Jiraiya decided to follow July's advice. Teach him ninjutsu directly, and he will never touch basic knowledge again. The first ninjutsu Jiraiya taught was the ninjutsu called Rasengan. There is no doubt about its power, and it is a rare ninjutsu without seals. And Naruto heard that this ninjutsu was invented by his father, so he became more motivated. When he taught Naruto, he did not avoid July, as if this ninjutsu was worthless. After July listened to Jiraiya's explanation of the release principle and difficulty of this ninjutsu. It can be performed without any pressure. Naruto is still stuck on the release principle, in order to take care of Naruto. Jiraiya divided the training of Rasengan into 3 stages. The first stage is to take out the balloon and let Naruto concentrate chakra to burst the balloon. When it is completed, the stage will be carried out. During this period, Naruto wanted to come to ask Nana for advice, but was stopped by Jiraiya. He spoke a lot of truths to Naruto earnestly, which made Naruto stunned. Nana covered her mouth and laughed secretly. What does it mean that only what you practice is your own? It's not that he developed the ninjutsu himself, Jiraiya still learned it from his apprentice. But Naruto just fell for it, and no longer mentioned asking Nana for advice. Master Jiraiya, is it really okay for you to do this? Naruto's brain is already so small, and you are still instilling some useless things into it. If the 4th Hokage knew that you bullied his son like this, maybe the coffin lid will soon break. Jiraiya seemed not to hear July's ridicule. While walking, he continued to mock Naruto, saying that he was not even as good as a little girl. Naruto was so angry that he screamed and screamed until he rested at night. He never stopped during that time. Chapter 55. Just as Jiraiya and his friends were walking slowly towards Tansho Street, Konoha was not peaceful. Chiyue had easily speculated that some monsters might show up. And she was right. Two figures, one tall and one short, appeared in a dumpling shop in Konoha. The two people were dressed in the same uniform, both wearing windbreaker robes with black backgrounds and red clouds. They wore large caps on their heads, covering their entire faces. Looking mysterious. Hong, who had been in the shop for a long time, winked at Asuma beside her. After all, Asuma had known Hong for so long, and could understand each other's meaning with just one look. At this time, Kakashi also came in from outside. He glanced at the two mysterious people calmly. He greeted Hong and the other person enthusiastically, and teased them by the way. However, the two of them could not care about Kakashi's teasing now. They hurriedly exchanged glances with Kakashi, who gestured to them to be patient. Then they chatted intermittently. The mysterious two people over there did not stay too long after eating and drinking. Instead, they left directly, and Kakashi and others were also silently watching their every move. Mr. Itachi, you are worthy of being from the Umbu. You can enter the barrier of Konoha as soon as you say it. The group of people in Konoha did not react at all. It seems that the task assigned by the leader this time can be completed. The thin figure turned his head and looked at the tall figure to him. Kisame, don't underestimate Konoha. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. We have been discovered. We have to speed up. But before the two of them took action, Kakashi and the other two had already stopped them. You two, Konoha has not been peaceful recently. I wonder what you two are doing in Konoha. Although Kakashi was very polite, he had already pulled up the forehead protector covering his left eye. He took a fighting stance, and Hong and Asuma did the same. The thin figure opposite saw that he had been discovered and slowly took off his hat. Mr. Kakashi, long time no see. You are still as observant as always. Kakashi saw the familiar yet unfamiliar face, and his vigilance was raised to the highest level. Uchiha Itachi, as a Konoha S-level rebel ninja, what are you doing back in Konoha now? Uchiha Itachi is now at most 16.7 years old, but the temperament of a strong man on his body can already make people look sideways. We are here for the legacy of the fourth generation this time. Uchiha Itachi directly stated the purpose of this time without any concealment. Others may not know the term legacy of the fourth generation. But the three people present all understood what it meant. Now that things have come to this, it is unreasonable not to take action. The battlefield shifted and split, and several people jumped into the river not far away. Asuma and Hong held the shark-faced enemy, but the enemy obviously did not want to participate in the battle. Kakashi attacked Itachi, holding a kunai and getting close, but just halfway through. Several shurikens appeared in Uchiha Itachi's right hand, and Kakashi was ready to meet the shuriken attack. But what came was not the shuriken attack, but a water escape ninjutsu. Just this move made Hong and Asuma on the side secretly shocked. Kakashi escaped from the range of the water escape in a panic, and looked at Itachi on the opposite side vigilantly. What a fast seal speed, it should be the shuriken that attracted Kakashi's attention just now. The seal was made with one hand on the right hand, but isn't this speed a bit too outrageous? Just when Kakashi was gasping for breath, a kunai suddenly appeared behind him and stabbed into Kakashi's body. Behind Kakashi was another Uchiha Itachi. Shadow clone. While Hong was stunned, Kakashi turned into a puddle of water and fell into the river. This short battle has already demonstrated countless combat wisdom. The smooth switching between attack and defense is dazzling. I didn't expect that you can use the Sharingan to this extent. But, after all, your body is not the body of the Uchiha clan that cooperates with the Sharingan. Kakashi could only secretly complain. Indeed, he only used the Sharingan for such a short time. He was a little exhausted. Why is the Uchiha clan called the strongest clan and feared? Let me show you the true power of the Sharingan. As Itachi said this, the three Magatama in his eyes spun rapidly. Slowly turned into the shape of a triangular wind demon shuriken. Kakashi, who found that something was wrong, quickly told Hong and Asuma not to open their eyes. Now the only one who can deal with him is himself, who has the Sharingan. After hearing what Kakashi said, Itachi smiled lightly. Indeed, as long as you have with the Sharingan, you can barely resist the Mangekyo Sharingan. But you can't resist the unique power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The moment Kakashi and Itachi looked into each other's eyes, the scene changed, and Kakashi was already in a strange space full of red, tied to a cross and unable to move. Crows gathered in the sky, and hundreds of Itachi appeared in the space, holding various weapons in their hands. This is the unique power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the illusion of Tsukuyomi. I control the time, space, and quality of everything here. For the 72 hours, you will continue to suffer this pain. Countless Itachi took the weapons in their hands and stabbed Kakashi's body without hesitation. Although Kakashi knew that this was an illusion, he could not remove it no matter what means he used. It was obviously an illusion, but the touch and pain when the weapon pierced his body were extremely real. In this way, Kakashi was tortured in Tsukuyomi for 3 days and 3 nights. Although 3 days passed in the Tsukuyomi space, it was only a few seconds in reality. Hong and Asuma were very strange. There was no movement since just now. I couldn't help but open my eyes and look at Kakashi, who was blocking them, but I saw that Kakashi had already collapsed on the water weakly. It seemed that he had no ability to fight. At this time, Shark Face, who had just watched, seized this opportunity and took action. He threw a bandaged and strangely shaped weapon at the fallen Kakashi. At the critical moment, a green figure appeared. He kicked Kisame away and stood in front of Kakashi. "Hey, my dear friend, I felt that today was a good day for a duel, so I came to find you. I didn't expect that the opponent was not you." Shark Face used the power of Kai's kick to retreat to Uchiha Itachi's side. The watermelon rind over there seems to be worth cutting. Uchiha Itachi warned Kisame not to underestimate the men in front of him. Hong had already explained the situation of the other party to Kai. "I understand, as long as you don't look into the other party's eyes, right?" "No problem, leave it to me, Konoha's blue beast is here." The remaining 3 people really couldn't praise Kai's thick nerves. Hong complained in his heart, "Didn't you see Kakashi was knocked down in just a few rounds? You still look so passionate, okay. But there is no way, now I can only trust Kai. Kai is worthy of being a master of physical skills. The 3 of them have no way to deal with the Sharingan. But even if Kai doesn't look at Itachi's eyes, he can easily predict the attack through Itachi's movements." The noise of the fight between several people is getting louder and louder. Itachi, who was afraid of causing trouble, quickly pulled Kisame away. Before leaving, Kisame introduced himself and threatened Kai, saying that he would definitely avenge that kick. If July was here, he would definitely complain very harshly. Isn't it said that the identity information of ninjas will not be easily leaked? Why are there always people who act like a villain who is about to die? They expose their identities at every turn. Chapter 56. The day, Sasuke learned that Uchiha Itachi had returned to the village. How did he know? Then we have to ask Kai. Sasuke, who was about to be discharged from the hospital, was bored and went out for a walk. He happened to meet Kai, who was bringing Kakashi to the hospital. Sasuke hurriedly followed him, because Kakashi was an elite jonin. Although he had never shown much power in front of him. But this was in Konoha, and he had come to see him in the morning. It was only 2 hours later, and he was carried into the hospital. Who dared to attack Kakashi in broad daylight in Konoha and beat him like this? As soon as he lay on the bed, Sasuke couldn't wait to run up and ask about the situation. Originally, Kakashi wanted to conceal the news about Uchiha Itachi. But Kai, the big mouth, blurted it all out. Hearing the name Uchiha Itachi again, Sasuke's body couldn't stop shaking. I don't know if it was anger or fear. Or some other emotion. Sasuke, who had lost his mind, completely ignored Kakashi's advice and took off his hospital gown. He ran away in a hurry. It's obvious that he must want to find Itachi. But where can he find him in such a vast crowd? Sasuke suddenly remembered a word that Kai had just said, the 4th generation legacy. Sasuke, who knew Naruto's identity, instantly thought of him. Uchiha Itachi's target was Naruto. Kakashi had said before that Naruto followed Jiraiya to Tancho Street in July to find Tsunade. Then Uchiha Itachi must have gone there. Thinking of this, Sasuke hurriedly returned home, packed up his ninja tools, and headed for Tancho Street. In the ward, Kakashi quickly asked Kai to stop Sasuke. Sasuke was too weak now, and it was impossible for him to be Uchiha Itachi's opponent. Kai, who knew that he had caused trouble, quickly chased him out. But he didn't know the location of Sasuke's house, so he had no choice but to run back to ask Kakashi. Because of this little wasted time, Sasuke left the village smoothly. Kai did not find Sasuke when he arrived at Sasuke's house. It seemed that he was a step late. He ran back to the ward again and told Kakashi about the situation. Kakashi thought for a while. He knew that Sasuke was not a fool. He could not run around like a headless fly. Kai, did you tell Sasuke about Uchiha Itachi's goal just now? Kai nodded. It seemed that he did mention it. Kai, hurry up, Sasuke should go to find Naruto. You go to Tancho Street now. You must not let Sasuke meet Itachi. Kakashi's anxious tone made Kai nervous unconsciously. After saying goodbye, Kakashi also set off towards Tancho Street. Why did Kakashi suddenly become impatient? That's because he remembered what July said before he left. Sasuke has become a little psychologically distorted because of the rapid growth of the strength of the people around him. He has always been called a genius and praised highly. Suddenly one day he found out that he was not the strongest one. Not everyone can bear the huge gap of falling from the clouds. That's why July asked Kakashi to watch over Sasuke and give him some advice. But now Itachi's sudden appearance disrupted Kakashi's plan. Having seen Itachi's strength, if Sasuke were to meet him again, Sasuke might be devastated. Now he can only put his hope on Kai, hoping that Kai can stop Sasuke halfway. End them from meeting. In this way, the drama of him running away and him chasing was staged. But July and the others who had already arrived at Tancho Street didn't know about it. Because at this time, she and Naruto had been abandoned by Jiraiya. By the way, Naruto's wallet was also completely swindled by Jiraiya with a ridiculous reason. Seeing Naruto holding his toad wallet with a look of heartache and despair, July had no choice but to take him out to find food. The hotel they stayed in actually provided food, but it was not easy to come out. In a famous place like Tancho Street, how could I not take a good walk? Not long after going out for a walk, I saw Jiraiya outside a custom shop. He was sitting on the sofa with a look of enjoyment, hugging left and right. After Naruto found out, he ran into the shop angrily, pointed at Jiraiya's nose and scolded him. Okay, lecherous immortal, you still said you were collecting intelligence. That's my last savings, give it back to me. July leaned against the door with a smile on his face, watching the funny show between the master and apprentice. I don't know what Jiraiya said to Naruto. Anyway, Naruto has returned to his smiling appearance at this moment. The way the two of them were arm in arm made July fully realize what it meant to be in cahoots with each other. I just stayed in front of the store, yes, July couldn't stand the smell inside. Pulling Naruto and leaving, he didn't care that Jiraiya stretched out his hand to ask for money. You're visiting a brothel, and you still ask me, a girl, for money. Can you be a little more beastly? Jiraiya, who had no money to continue to roam, could only follow July and the others to find something to eat. Before he had walked a few steps, Jiraiya was seduced by a woman with an exaggerated figure and good looks. But to be honest, although Jiraiya looks quite old, but he still has a set of skills to please girls. Didn't the beauty just now win over by Jiraiya's sweet talk? After a while, she took Jiraiya's hand and went to find a place. There's no need to say where it is, right? July muttered softly. There may be gunfire tonight. No longer caring about Jiraiya, the two of them ate and ate for 2 hours. Only then did they return to the hotel contentedly. Naruto was bored in the room, and it would be bad to disturb July in the middle of the night. He had no choice but to turn on the TV and watch the unique programs of the ninja world. P.S. I am not sure about this. Did the Naruto of this period have high-tech things like TV? Forget it, whether it is or not, it will definitely be there in the future, so I will write it first. Naruto, who was watching and laughing, suddenly heard a knock at the door. The naive Naruto did not think much about it. He thought July was looking for him for something. He opened the door directly, and there were two people he did not know standing at the door. They were wearing black windbreakers with red cloud patterns embroidered on them, and they were wearing big hats on their heads. "Who are you looking for?" The two people at the door took off their hats at the same time, and the appearance of one of them attracted Naruto's attention. "He looks too much like Sasuke." "This is the person who looks very similar to Sasuke speaking. Are you Uzumaki Naruto? If you can, please come with us." Just as the words were spoken, the door of the room opened. Two kunai flew towards the two without warning. Then Naruto, who was still stunned at the door just now, disappeared. The two waved their hands to block the kunai, and then looked towards the end of the corridor. At this time, July blocked Naruto behind him and looked at the two with a vigilant face. These two people were none other than Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, who retreated from Konoha. In fact, when the knock on the door sounded just now, July was also confused. It was late at night, and the boss had already gone to bed. Who would knock on Naruto's door? Jiraiya. It's definitely impossible, he doesn't know where he is having fun now. Even if he came back, why would he knock on the door when he had the key? She came to the door with a vigilant heart and heard that they were going to take Naruto away. Secretly cursing Naruto as an idiot, July quickly opened the door and attacked. Then she used the spell she had left on Naruto and took him out with Flying Thunder God. As soon as she saw Itachi's face, she knew the identity of the man in front of her. The famous genocide, Konoha S-level rebel Uchiha Itachi. "Excuse me, what are you doing here in the middle of the night looking for Naruto?" In fact, she could have taken Naruto and run away directly, but she wanted to find out the purpose of Uchiha Itachi looking for Naruto. If possible, she wanted to talk to him by the way. In any case, there was no hatred or conflict of interest between them. There should be no problem in chatting, right? In addition, when she opened the door just now, she also split a clone to look for Jiraiya. It was also a guarantee for herself. The speed just now really shocked Itachi and Kisame. They thought they didn't see any traces, and Naruto disappeared directly in front of them. Konoha is really full of talents. You have such skills at such a young age. If I'm not mistaken, you just used the space-time ninjutsu. Uchiha Itachi looked at July in a calm tone. July nodded. The characteristics of the space-time ninjutsu were too obvious. Anyone with a little knowledge could see it at a glance. Naruto quietly pulled July's windbreaker from behind. "You said his name is Uchiha Itachi. Then he is Sasuke's only living brother." But before July could answer, at the other end of the corridor, an angry voice came. "Itachi, I finally found you. For so many years, I have been practicing desperately and dare not slack off. Now I have the same eyes as you, and I am qualified to stand in front of you. Today, I will kill you, the traitor. Avenge my parents and the tragic deaths of my clansmen." The speaker was none other than Sasuke, who rushed all the way. Sasuke's answer was also an answer to Naruto's question, Chapter 57. To paraphrase a saying from my Ius life, when the sky clears and the rain stops, you feel that you are capable again. Isn't this saying just right for Sasuke? Can't you see the situation clearly? Let's not talk about the shark-faced man to Itachi. Let's just talk about his dear brother, who was the captain of the Umbu before he defected. You are just a little genin, you learned some ninjutsu and opened a Sharingan. Do you think you can defeat him? Then the Umbu department should be disbanded as soon as possible. What kind of elite department? How can such an Umbu protect the safety of the Hokage? Uchiha Itachi slowly turned his head and looked at Sasuke with a ferocious expression with contempt. I regret saving your life now. Look at you now, the impotent rage of the weak. You are not even as good as the little girl over there. July was so depressed when she heard Itachi say that. Why did everyone use her as a shield? Look down on women. Damn, I really want to find Tsunade right now. Pull her out and have a good fight with these people. She wants to see if these people will still say that they are not as good as a woman. Sasuke and Naruto are of the same character. They were originally stimulated by Nanyue's strength. Now that Itachi mentioned it, they are completely crazy. He started with Chidori and rushed towards Itachi, destroying the wall all the way. Sharkface wanted to attack, but was stopped by Uchiha Itachi. He easily grabbed Sasuke's hand that released Chidori and exerted a little force. His arm was directly broken, and the severe pain stimulated Sasuke to scream. Naruto couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to attack. But Nanyue, who was faster than him, had already shot an arrow. Shark Face blocked the arrow with the strange weapon behind him, but Nanyue had expected that this arrow would be blocked. The arrow exploded directly, and the rich lightning attribute chakra scattered. The two people who were not prepared, including Sasuke, were hit by lightning. Naruto took the opportunity to snatch Sasuke from Itachi. The rescued Sasuke not only did not regain his composure, but became even more crazy. He didn't care about his broken arm at all, and rushed towards Uchiha Itachi again. With a few simple moves, Uchiha Itachi directly pushed Sasuke into the wall. "Kisame, look at that little girl. I want to have a good exchange with my brother." Shark Face, who received the order, stood up excitedly. The hand that July had just hit him made his body a little numb. Now he can take revenge. July, who has already exposed Flying Thunder God, has no burden to use it now. Flying Thunder God directly to Sasuke's side. The longbow in his hand switched to a tang sword, and slashed at Itachi's arm with one knife. Itachi, who was repeatedly interrupted to release illusions, had lost his patience at this time. He opened the Mangekyo and wanted to teach this girl a lesson. But the girl in front of him was not affected at all even though he had released the Tsukuyomi. Itachi quickly freed up one hand to deal with July's attack. However, July's attack was too tricky, not aimed at the vital parts. But it always made you want to resist. The attack of Kisame behind him was approaching, and July casually took out a flash bomb. When encountering strong light, everyone would cover their eyes like a conditioned reflex. July took advantage of this, and Itachi fought with one hand. So now he could only use the other hand to block. He pulled up the seriously injured Sasuke and flew directly back to Naruto. "Naruto, keep an eye on him, if he wants to come forward again. Just break his limbs directly. Instead of letting others break it, we might as well do it ourselves." After saying that, as if to set an example, he stepped on Sasuke's other arm and broke it. Uchiha Itachi, who had just put down his hands in the distance, saw July's cruel behavior. Although his expression did not change, the change in his pupils did not escape July's eyes. Is it murderous intent? In order to stop Sasuke from being impulsive, you broke his arm yourself. Now that I broke it, you showed murderous intent to me. What do you mean? Is there something wrong? Or did you meet a double-standard dog? It seems that you have some means to be immune to illusions. Uchiha Itachi calmly took his hand out of the sleeve of his windbreaker. Obviously he wanted to get serious. July is indeed immune to visual illusions. The spiritual eyes not only have a 360 degrees field of view, but can also adjust their perspectives freely. She has read Uchiha Itachi's information. He is an expert in illusions, so how could she not be on guard? So when they just fought, she adjusted her field of view to look down. She closed the horizontal perspective. The eyes of Uchiha Itachi cannot be seen from the perspective of looking down, so the illusion will not be successful. July will not be arrogant and think that Uchiha Itachi just showed his true strength. Silently sensing the situation of the clone, he had already started planning to retreat. The enemy is strong and I am weak, whoever is stubborn is stupid. At this time, Jiraiya's voice sounded behind July. Are you guys a little too underestimated? A woman controlled by illusion wants to lead me away. Looking back at Jiraiya, he was carrying the woman. July breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto looked at Jiraiya in surprise. Quick, lustful sage, please save Sasuke. Jiraiya put down the woman on his shoulders and walked to Naruto. Defeat the enemy in front of you first, don't worry, Sasuke will be fine. Go protect Sasuke and the woman I brought back. Naruto also wanted to join the battle, but he saw the battle just now with his own eyes. It seems that he can't help much. If he goes up rashly, he will not only fail to help, but will only hinder Jiraiya and July. After explaining, Jiraiya looked at the two people in front of him. Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame of the Mist Village. They are all S-level rebels. Tell me, what does your organization want to do with Naruto? Naruto's eyes were also attracted. He didn't understand why these people came to him. Jiraiya said so, and July said so just now. It seems that the organization's information has been leaked. Kisame, the other party is Jiraiya, one of the three people. Show your true ability. Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan suddenly emitted a red light. Kisame also untied the bandage on the weapon, and the true face of the strange weapon was revealed. Like a pufferfish covered with spikes. In front is a big mouth full of sharp teeth, and the tail is the handle. It's as weird as it can be. Only the strong are worthy of being cut. Kisame swung his weapon and slashed at July. My, do you want to listen to what you just said? Didn't you say that only the strong deserve to be beaten? You don't want to beat Jiraiya, but you come to beat me. I'm giving you face. With the changeable weapon, a huge nail hammer appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, he hit the strange weapon directly. In terms of the exaggeration of the weapon, July's hammer is no worse than the stinky pufferfish weapon on the opposite side. But as soon as the two weapons touched each other, July found something wrong. The chakra in his body just now inexplicably decreased by 10%. Could it be? Chapter 58. This is not a lack of chakra, but 10%. It is too easy to detect. She didn't know whether it was because of the strange weapon or the special skill of the shark-faced Kisame. July had said the importance of intelligence countless times before. And here it is reflected. She knows nothing about the intelligence of the opponent. Now she dare not attack easily. She can choose a bow and arrow, but her arrows are all condensed by chakra. No matter whether the chakra absorbed by Kisame is replenished into her body or absorbed by the weapon. Using a bow and arrow is like sending food. This time, she seems to be banned and is restricted. The opposite Kisame naturally saw July's state. Ha ha ha, my same Hada said your chakra is delicious. Let's have fun. Kisame's attack came again, and July could only passively dodge the attack. The corridor of the hotel was too narrow, which really restricted her movement. Jiraiya saw July's embarrassment. He didn't know why July only dared to dodge and not attack. But since July did this, it must be that shark-faced man who did something. He didn't dare to delay and bit his thumb directly. Ninjutsu, toad mouth binding technique. Sorry, you are now in my stomach. I will finish you here. Meat strips were seen floating on the walls of the entire corridor, and in the blink of an eye, the walls were covered with meatballs. It was just like Jiraiya said, being in the stomach of a certain existence. Jiraiya pressed his hands on the meatball under his feet, and the flesh wall around July floated. He grabbed Kisame's sword and relieved the offensive pressure for July. Uchiha Itachi had long wanted to retreat, and the bold words just now were just to confuse Jiraiya. He knew how strong Jiraiya was as one of the three ninjas. I'm afraid that he and Kisame combined are not Jiraiya's opponents. So he appeared to intimidate and confuse the opponent, while he accumulated strength. The Mangekyo Sharingan is not without limitations, and long-term and frequent use. The burden on the body is not ordinary. Kisame, the situation is not right, retreat. Shark Face was a little reluctant, but there was no way, now was not the time to be emotional. Itachi ran first, and Kisame followed closely. How could Jiraiya let them escape easily? He controlled the flesh wall again to restrain the two. But a strange black flame appeared out of thin air, burning through the flesh wall in front of Itachi and revealing the scenery outside. The two seized the opportunity and evacuated quickly. The black flame was burning all the time, with no intention of extinguishing at all. Jiraiya and Nanuo certainly saw the strangeness of the flame, but Naruto didn't know. He also wanted to touch it. This was the first time he saw a black flame. Before he could even stretch out his hand, Jiraiya slapped it away. Are you an animal? You want to touch everything you see. Don't you see that there's something strange about this flame? Naruto was scolded and hid aside, not daring to speak. It was the first time he saw Jiraiya so serious and angry. Jiraiya took out the scroll and walked forward cautiously. Nana also followed Jiraiya and took out the scroll. They both formed seals with their hands at the same time. Fire seal. A suction force suddenly came from the scroll, which took in the black fire seal that was still burning on the flesh wall. Seeing that the seal was completed, Jiraiya released the ninjutsu. The corridor returned to its original appearance, but Jiraiya had just squatted down and had no time to check on Sasuke's condition. He was kicked away by Kai, who suddenly appeared from nowhere. This kick hit Jiraiya's face. From Nana's perspective, his face was directly deformed by the kick. The whole head and body were at a weird angle. If it wasn't for the neck being pulled, Jiraiya's head would have flown to who knows where. "Teacher Kai, what are you doing?" Chiyue quickly stopped Kai, fearing that he would continue to attack. "Didn't you see the circles in Jiraiya's eyes?" He had already fainted. After seeing that Kakashi's female student and Naruto were unharmed, Kai realized that he seemed to have kicked the wrong person just now. He followed Sasuke all the way to Tancho Street, but didn't know how to find Sasuke. At this moment, the sound of fighting came from not far away. Kai hurried over to check, and he didn't dare to alert the enemy, so he could only hide in the corner of the corridor. Use the forehead protector on his head to observe the situation. But the forehead protector is not a mirror after all, and the reflected image is very blurry. Seeing Sasuke lying on the ground injured, he mistakenly thought that Jiraiya, who came to check on his injuries, was an enemy. Then he kicked him. Jiraiya woke up after a while, and Kai quickly stepped forward and bowed to apologize and explain the Iya situation. The attitude should be as sincere as possible. July admires Kai's character. A person should be like Kai. If you are out there, you should admit your mistakes and stand at attention when you are beaten. Don't find all kinds of reasons to fool people's IQ all day long. Jiraiya heard that he was injured by mistake, so he had no choice but to forgive Kai. You can't keep pestering him, otherwise it will make you look too petty. Sasuke's condition is not bad. Although his arm is broken, this kind of injury is considered a minor injury in the ninja world. Broken limbs can be regenerated here. Instruct Kai to bring Sasuke back safely, and the three of them returned to the room exhausted. Jiraiya is as thick-skinned as Naruto. Not long after the two returned. Deafening snoring came from the room, but July couldn't sleep at this time. It was not because of the snoring, but because he was summarizing today's battle. "I was really too passive today, absorbing chakra." She had seen the red copper armor used before in the Chunin exam, but she didn't take it seriously at that time. "You have to touch my body at least to absorb chakra efficiently, right?" But today, Kisame broke her cognition and absorbed chakra from a distance. I still don't understand whether it was the ability of Kisame's weapon or his own ability. What should I do if I meet Kisame or a ninja of this type again? Just surrender? No, I still underestimated this ninja world. It's a fantasy world with too many strange and bizarre abilities. Staying in Konoha and working behind closed doors has limited my vision and experience. I should learn from Jiraiya and try to increase my experience. Constantly improve myself. Only in this way can I live freely and unrestrainedly in this ninja world. If I find a problem, I will solve it. Now I will first think about meeting Kisame again. How to restrain his ability, or solve the problem directly from the source. End him from absorbing his chakra directly. Whether it is Kisame's own ability or the ability of the weapon, it can easily absorb his chakra. There are only two reasons. One is the control of the chakra in your body. If you have absolute control over the chakra in your body, even if he wants to absorb it, you can hold the chakra. Form a fighting and pulling trend with him. The second is that your body has no defense. To make an inappropriate analogy, your body is now like a small pond. The water in the pond is like your chakra. Anyone can easily pump water out of the pond with a pump. But what if a high-voltage power grid is placed around the pond? Northwest one can get close to the pond without your consent. Or a thick layer of ice forms on the surface of the P Chapter 59. Thinking about it this way, I seem to have some ideas. Chakra control is not too difficult for July. But she doesn't know to what extent it can be called absolute control. So for the time being, she can only continue to strengthen her chakra control skills. Until it can't be improved. As for the problem of the body, the only thing she can think of now seems to be the sealing technique. But she has learned a lot of sealing techniques from Jiraiya, including the theory of sealing techniques. There is no similar sealing technique. No. It seems that this type of sealing technique really exists. Isn't the sealing technique of the Jinchuriki the same effect as what I imagined? Through the seal, a layer of shackles is put on the tailed beasts, and then they are end from running out. The tailed beasts are originally a collection of chakras, converted to themselves. Doesn't that limit the outflow of chakra? Before this, she had thought about practicing only one, and after reaching the pinnacle. The same result. But after careful consideration, she decided to do both. However, the Jinchuriki sealing technique was too sensitive, so she could only do it slowly. After she figured it out, she relaxed her mind and fell asleep. She slept until about 3 p.m. the day. Naruto and Jiraiya both knocked on the door and called her. If July hadn't responded in a daze, Naruto might have broken in. After getting up, July, who was growling with hunger, ran to the street. After eating a big meal and relieving her hunger, she returned to the hotel. As soon as she entered the door, she heard Jiraiya arguing with the hotel owner. The content was of course about the compensation for the hotel wall. There was no way, one side of the second-floor corridor of the hotel was destroyed by Sasuke's Chidori. In addition, Kisame smashed the weapon everywhere last night, and the big hole burned by the black flames. It was reasonable for the boss to ask for compensation, but Jiraiya obviously didn't want to pay. He was still arguing with the boss, saying that he not only didn't damage anything last night, but also protected the entire hotel. Of course, the boss didn't listen because he knew that the person in front of him was a noble ninja. But can ninjas fight in the store and damage things without paying for it? The boss's question shut Jiraiya up directly. You said you protected this place, so let me ask you, who did those ninjas come to see last night? Originally, Jiraiya wanted to lie and get away with it. But the pig teammate Naruto came online at this time. They came to find me, but I don't know if they came to fight with us. If you have the ability, go and ask those two people for money. Why are you looking for us? We are innocent. At most, I will pay you half of the money. Originally, the boss had no evidence to prove, so he could only rely on speculation to catch Jiraiya and make trouble. But Naruto's self-explosion really made Jiraiya unable to deal with it. Jiraiya didn't bring much money with him this time, and some of the money was swindled from Naruto. How could he afford to compensate the hotel for the damage? Just as he was looking around and thinking of a solution, he saw July at the door and ran to July in 3 steps. July, you see I was in a hurry this time and didn't bring much money. Pay the money first, and I'll testify for you when I get back. Go ask Sasuke for the money. This time, most of it was because of Sasuke and Itachi. They are brothers, so they're all together. And most of the walls on the second floor were destroyed by Sasuke's Chidori, right? Jiraiya's expression when he spoke was as flattering as he could be. But what he said made sense. Sasuke should really pay for it. More and more people were watching, and July, who didn't want to be treated like a monkey, paid the boss 100,000 taels. Finally, the matter was settled. The boss who received the money instantly put away his ferocious face. He asked July with a friendly face if he needed to change the room for them. How could they live on the second floor when it was destroyed like that? There was no other way last night. So they could only make do with it for one night. So let's change the floor. July woke up at 3 o'clock and it was almost 6 o'clock after dinner. They hadn't eaten yet when Jiya came, before they went to look for food. July came to him and asked for a portrait and information about Tsunade. She didn't forget the purpose of their coming out this time. After reading the information, July couldn't help but sigh. The 3 ninjas are really weird. One who studied forbidden techniques all day and turned himself into a snake. An old pervert who either lay on the wall to peek at the female bathhouse or lay on the belly of a woman all day. Originally, I thought that Tsunade, as a woman, would be different from them and a normal person. But July was slapped in the face. He spent all day hanging around in various casinos in the ninja world and was obsessed with gambling, affectionately called the legendary fat sheep. With her around, it's hard for you to lose, so you owe countless gambling debts and often hide around. Chiyue thought, how can this be the 3 ninjas in the ninja world? Isn't this just the pornography, gambling, and drugs in the ninja world? If it were in the East life, free food, drinks and sewing machines would have been arranged long ago. But since the goal is clear, let's go to the casino. But with my current identity, it seems that I can't even enter the door of the casino, right? Chiyue can only perform the transformation technique and become Kakashi. Prepare to visit each casino, but Kakashi's reputation is really too big. Not to mention the entire ninja world, at least in Tancho Street, which is so close to Konoha. His appearance is well known. Scenery outside the window with a melancholy expression. Yeah, who would not want to go home? Some things are not as simple as they seem. July, I know you are very smart, and you may have come to the conclusion of some things. But try to believe in Konoha and the companions around you. The occasion just now is not suitable for discussing things. I will go to talk to her in the evening. Since Jiraiya said so, what else can she say? Let's wait for the result. Jiraiya took Naruto to practice, and Nanayuki also sat cross-legged on the bed. Begin to practice chakra control. Time passed quickly, and at night, Jiraiya didn't know where he got the news from. It was easy to find Tsunade drinking in the tavern. He ordered a few more dishes and sat down at Tsunade's table. Tsunade's face was flushed by drinking, and it was obvious that she had been drinking for a long time. Shizen sat quietly beside her holding the piglet. Jiraiya poured himself a glass of wine and filled it for Tsunade. After taking a sip, he slowly spoke. Tsunade, the teacher is dead. This time I received the village has ordered us to find you. The village hopes that you can go back and take over the position of Hokage. Jiraiya's tone was a little sad. It seemed that Sarutobi's death had not left him with an impact. Hee, I've known about the teacher's news for a long time. I was wondering why you didn't come to me before. Now you're all here in front of me. The teacher should have retired a long time ago. You're still trying to be brave at such an old age. Let's not talk about the Hokage. I'm not the kind of idiot who would risk my life for the village. Only idiots would want to be Hokage. Isn't it good for me to be so free and easy every day? Tsunade had just finished her words when Jiraiya and Naruto jumped up as if they had springs installed under their butts. What did you say? They said in unison. But their meanings should be different. Jiraiya was surprised because of the information revealed by Tsunade just now. And before him. Naruto might be surprised because he just knew the purpose of their trip. Or maybe it was because Tsunade just insulted his dream of being a Hokage. Jiraiya calmed down quickly, but Naruto didn't. Pointing at Tsunade's nose, he questioned Jiraiya. Who is this woman? Why let her be the Hokage? What qualifications does she have to look down on the Hokage? Jiraiya hurried to comfort Naruto. This is my classmate, Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first generation. Our mission this time is to find her. Naruto broke free of Jiraiya's hands and looked at Tsunade across from him in confusion. Jiraiya, you are lying to a 3-year-old child, right? Your classmate is at least 50 years old now, right? The woman in front of you is so young. Although Naruto's behavior was very impolite, his words were quite pleasant to the ear. Originally, Tsunade didn't want to care about Naruto's rudeness just now. Jiraiya also hurriedly explained that this was Tsunade's secret technique. You can stay young at any time. But how could Naruto disappoint everyone? Can such a person become Hokage? She is obviously an old woman, but she has to become like this. Isn't she a liar? Tsunade broke down on the spot with just one sentence. It was too late for Jiraiya to cover Naruto's mouth at this time. Chapter 63. Jiraiya covered Naruto's mouth and carefully moved his eyes to Tsunade. Tsunade seemed to have a smile on her face, but this smile was a little murderous. The solid wooden dining table made a creaking sound. Tsunade slowly stood up and walked in front of Naruto. Boy, let's go out and talk. Without waiting for Jiraiya to say anything, he dragged Naruto out. It was late at night, and there were Northwest pedestrians on the street at this time. Tsunade, it's unnecessary, right? He's still a child. Jiraiya wanted to persuade him, but was interrupted by Tsunade. 12 or 3 years old is not young. When we were his age, we could have gone to the battlefield. Tsunade said, pointing her index finger. Boy, don't you think I'm not qualified to be Hokage? I'm one of the 3 ninjas anyway. I won't really fight with a child. I'll give you a chance. I'll stand here and not move. Just one finger, as long as you can hit me back. You can make any conditions you want. Naruto on the opposite side obviously didn't know what it meant to be high and low. Huh, one finger. Don't look down on me. Naruto took out a kunai and rushed towards Tsunade. Tsunade squatted down, dodged Naruto's kunai attack, and then extended her index finger into the ring behind the kunai. She took his kunai, then raised it upwards, and Naruto's forehead guard was cut off. Then Tsunade's head banged and Naruto flew out. After rolling several times, Naruto finally stopped himself and quickly got up. Tsunade stood up with a smile on her face and looked at Naruto on the opposite side. Little boy, let me ask you, why are you so obsessed with the title of Hokage? Naruto looked at Tsunade with a firm smile. Being Hokage has always been my dream, and I will never allow anyone to insult the Hokage. I will definitely defeat you and realize my dream. Because doing what I say is my way of ninja. Naruto, who knew that there was a gap in strength, knew that ordinary methods would definitely not be able to defeat this fierce old woman in front of him. He didn't care that he hadn't completed his training yet. He stretched out his hand and began to cast the Rasengan. The rapidly condensed chakra ball changed the face of Tsunade, who was always calm on the opposite side. Soon the Rasengan was completed, and Naruto quickly pressed towards Tsunade. But Tsunade was a long-established master after all. His index finger suddenly poked the ground, and Tsunade poked a crack directly on the ground. It spread towards Naruto's direction. The appearance of the crack made Naruto's feet empty, and his body suddenly lost balance. The Rasengan could only be pressed to the ground, and the recoil of the explosion made Naruto fly backwards. He fell into the gap in the ground, unable to move. Tsunade was still surprised that this child could actually use the ninjutsu of the fourth Hokage. She just smiled when she saw the traces left on the ground. Looking at the power of the ninjutsu, it seems to be similar to that ninjutsu. Jiraiya, can you teach this ninjutsu to this idiot? You are not old enough to find an idiot as your disciple, right? Tsunade's words stimulated Naruto, who had just been pulled out by July. He shouted and rushed to send him, but was stopped by July. In fact, Tsunade would not really care about Naruto. Besides, when Naruto said that Hokage was his dream just now, Tsunade seemed to see the shadows of those two people in Naruto. He hesitated for a long time, as if he had made some kind of determination. Your name is Naruto, right? Let's make a bet. Naruto was stunned. What bet? If you can release the Rasengan completely within the week, then I will recognize your dream of becoming a Hokage and give you this pendant. He took out a light green crystal pendant from between the two towering buildings and showed it to Naruto. Naruto pouted disdainfully after seeing it. It's just a broken pendant, what's so great about it? I don't even want it if you give it to me. But Jiraiya's words completely shocked Naruto and July, who was watching the excitement on the side. Don't underestimate this pendant is the legacy of the first generation. It is said to be priceless. If converted into money, it can easily buy a few mountains. July was puzzled. If this pendant is really as valuable as Jiraiya said, then how did Tsunade resist selling it? Gambler, how could such a priceless thing be left on her body? Don't say that the pendant is the legacy of the first generation, so it has been kept. People who can even sell their ancestral home would care about this. Tsunade looked relaxed, as if she had no idea of the value of the pendant, and continued. If you fail, then this is my stake. Then Tsunade had another green toad wallet in her hand. The moment Naruto saw the wallet, he knew it was his wallet. That was the last money he had hidden from everyone. Naruto loudly denounced Tsunade as not only a liar, but also a thief. But Tsunade ignored him, put on her clothes and left with Shizune. Big liar, just wait and see, I will definitely learn the Rasengan in a week. Just wait and lose the pendant to me. Naruto swore loudly to Tsunade's back. It was obvious that the conversation tonight was not pleasant, and Tsunade's attitude was also vague. Let's go back and discuss it slowly. But just as they returned to the hotel, Shizune came to the door. She began to talk about Tsunade's experience and the meaning behind the pendant. Naruto was an emotional person, and he felt very sympathetic to Tsunade after listening to Shizune's story. Isn't she crying so hard? But Jiraiya knew all these things, because he was there at the time. What he cares about now is the purpose of Orochimaru's visit to Tsunade. Shizun, right? What is the purpose of Orochimaru's visit to Tsunade? Shizun told them the conversation between Orochimaru and Tsunade. Orochimaru's purpose is very simple, to make a deal with Tsunade. He promised to let Tsunade see Dan and his brother Nawaki again. And he needs Tsunade to heal his hands. Orochimaru's hands were not simply injured, but were sealed by Sarutobi Hiruzen using the Shiki Fujin. Sarutobi Hiruzen also died because of this sealing technique. The effect of Shiki Fujin is very overbearing. By sacrificing one's own life, the god of death is summoned to pull the enemy's soul out of the body. Then it is sealed in the belly of the god of death. Things about the soul are unsolved mysteries no matter which world it is in. Orochimaru, who lost the soul of both hands, can't even lift his hands now. So he urgently wants Tsunade to heal his injuries. Jiraiya has become nervous when he hears that tomorrow is the day agreed by Orochimaru. The chips offered by Orochimaru are really too tempting. She is afraid that Tsunade will not be able to resist the temptation and help Orochimaru. Orochimaru is the culprit who killed her teacher. The teacher finally crippled Orochimaru's hands. If Tsunade heals him, what will happen if Orochimaru attacks Konoha again? Enemies in the open are not scary, but enemies hiding in the dark like Orochimaru are scary. Besides, he really doesn't want Tsunade to make mistakes again and again. Those two people are gone anyway, and he can't always trap himself in the pain of the past. After asking Tsunade's address, Jiraiya hurriedly ran to find Tsunade. Only July and the others were left sitting there with their eyes wide open. The atmosphere was very awkward and silent. As an adult, Shizun could only start the conversation. They chatted intermittently. Nana was almost embarrassed, and while Naruto was bragging to Shizun about his experience in the Land of Waves, she quickly ran to the door and opened a new room. She began to practice silently. Chapter 64. In fact, not only Jiraiya is worried about Orochimaru, but July is also worried. But this time should not be the same as the last time. Orochimaru, whose hands were sealed by the Shikigami Fujin, cannot even make a seal now, and his strength must be greatly reduced. Although the incident in the Forest of Death was a bit unexpected. But my strength has also improved a lot during this period. The enemy is weakened and I am strengthened, plus Jiraiya is there to support me. Orochimaru will definitely not get the upper hand, and July even wants to find a chance to avenge himself. After all, Orochimaru injected such a dangerous thing into his body. After practicing until midnight, July was a little sleepy. Originally, he got up and wanted to go to the bathroom and go to bed. Unexpectedly, as soon as he left the room, he ran into Tsunade holding Jiraiya standing outside the door and trying to knock on the door. July hurried up to help, and just as he walked in front of them, a strong smell of alcohol hit his nose, which made July a little headache. I don't know how much they drank. After helping Jiraiya into the room, Tsunade left. July wanted to say something, but it was too late and Tsunade had drunk so much. If she talked to her now, Tsunade would probably forget it when she woke up the day. It's better not to say it. After solving the physiological problem, she went to bed. The morning, July was awakened by a rapid knock on the door. Naruto outside the door was shouting her name loudly. She quickly put on her clothes and opened the door. What's the matter? Why are you knocking on the door so early in the morning? I saw Naruto standing outside the door pacing back and forth anxiously. July, the lecherous sage seems to be in trouble. You go and have a look. Although July was suspicious when she heard that Jiraiya was in trouble, she still followed Naruto to their room. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Jiraiya lying weakly on the bed with a livid face. But Jiraiya was awake. Jiraiya-sama, you don't look very well. Did something happen? Jiraiya saw Nana coming and quickly asked Naruto to help him up. I've been catching eagles for years, but an eagle pecked my eyes. Go find Tsunade quickly. If you can't find Tsunade, bring Shizun here. Tsunade poisoned me, you must be quick. I'm afraid Tsunade has gone to see Orochimaru alone. Hearing this, Nana didn't dare to delay. Directly activated Flying Thunder God and flew to Shizun. Last night she was careful and put a mark on Shizun. The mark was not put because Nana knew the future. She was just afraid that Tsunade didn't want to be Hokage and ran away again. Then looking for her again would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. She thought about marking the spell on Tsunade, fearing that Tsunade would find out. That's why he had to settle for the second best and put the mark on Shizune. Tsunade would definitely not abandon Shizune anyway. Fortunately, he had left the mark before. In the blink of an eye, July appeared in front of Jiraiya's bed with Shizune. Except for July, the other three people looked like they saw a monster. The boss with his eyes wide open and his mouth open. The other two were probably just surprised at July's speed. Jiraiya was not like that. Did July use space-time ninjutsu just now? Flying Thunder God. Jiraiya wanted to ask something urgently, but was interrupted by July. Jiraiya-sama, I will explain it to you later when I have time. Let's solve your physical problem first, and then go find Tsunade-sama. Just now I asked, Tsunade-sama disappeared early in the morning. Shizune also hurriedly explained to Jiraiya that she found Tsunade missing after she got up. She searched for a long time but couldn't find her. It seems that just as Jiraiya guessed, Tsunade poisoned Jiraiya. She was afraid that Jiraiya would stop her from seeing Orochimaru. Shizune checked Jiraiya's body and shook her head with a serious expression. I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sama. Maybe I'm not good enough. The poison Tsunade-sama used this time is very special. I can't completely detoxify it, I can only temporarily relieve some of the toxicity. It will take a long time to completely remove the toxins in your body. The situation is urgent now. Jiraiya doesn't ask for complete detoxification. He just wants to recover his mobility quickly. Shizune can still do this. She took out a few bottles of potion, mixed it and gave it to Jiraiya. In a few minutes, the antidote took effect. Jiraiya was able to get out of bed and move around, but he couldn't mobilize much chakra. But he couldn't care about that much, stopping Tsunade was the most important thing. Several people hurriedly left the hotel and began to search the streets for Tsunade. Just then, a huge roar came from the street in the distance. Then the smoke billowed and floated into the air. Jiraiya and the others could tell at a glance that a fight must have taken place there. Several people rushed there quickly and arrived at the scene. The ruins on the street told what had just happened here. However, Tsunade was not found here. Judging from the extent of the destruction around, it was obviously Tsunade's masterpiece. Is this a fight? Several people rushed along the traces of the battle and finally found Tsunade in an open space in the suburbs. However, Tsunade's situation was not very good. She was kicked to the ground by Orochimaru. There was no intention of resisting at all. Behind Orochimaru stood a person who was beyond July's expectations. That was Kabuto Yakushi, who had shown his face in the Chunin exam. July summoned a bow and arrow and shot it into the air, forcing Orochimaru back with a few arrows. Then he stood in front of Tsunade. Lord Orochimaru, Senior Kabuto Yakushi. What a coincidence, we meet again. Seventh Moon spoke in a relaxed and casual tone, like friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Jiraiya Shizune took the opportunity to quickly run to Tsunade and helped her up. Orochimaru did not seem to be surprised by the appearance of Jiraiya and the others. Jiraiya, you are still as annoying as before. Why do you come to disturb my friendly exchange with Tsunade? And you, little girl, I haven't thanked you for your special hospitality in the Forest of Death. When Orochimaru said this, his expression was gloomy and cold. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade's miserable appearance and was immediately furious. He bit his finger and began to seal, wanting to perform summoning. But he forgot the current condition of his body. The chakra in his body was completely out of control, and he clapped his hand on the ground. This action directly made Orochimaru laugh. I know you're a loser, but I didn't expect that after so many years. You still haven't improved at all. Jiraiya, who failed to summon spirits, looked at Tsunade anxiously. He wanted Tsunade to detoxify him, but Tsunade was obviously in a state of confusion. There was no way to communicate at all, and things were a bit tricky. Jiraiya knew why Tsunade was like this. Just look at the hands of Kabuto Yakushi on the opposite side. Tsunade suffers from severe hemophobia, and her body trembles uncontrollably when she sees blood. Orochimaru obviously took advantage of her weakness. Let Kabuto Yakushi take the initiative to scratch his hands, and the bright red blood directly made Tsunade lose her fighting power. Comparing the lineups of both sides, he and Tsunade on his side have lost their fighting power. Only Naruto, July and Shizune can fight. On the opposite side, Orochimaru, whose hands are disabled. Plus Kabuto Yakushi, who can fight Tsunade for several rounds. There is no hope of winning directly. Don't think that Orochimaru's hands are disabled. Just treat him as a soft persimmon, even if you only use your feet to fight. It is not something that the two little genin present can defeat. Chapter 65. Jiraiya can also see the current situation. How could July not see it? But there is a chance. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. If you miss this opportunity, there will be no one. Who knows when his hand will recover? If he wants to find such a good opportunity again, he can only wait until he becomes stronger to take revenge. But it may take a long time. July said that he can't swallow this breath. But now he should not consider his side. But Shizune Naruto's side. Even if he can't beat him, he can still use Flying Thunder God to fly a kite. But Naruto's side has to fight against the mysterious Yakushi Kabuto. She doesn't believe that Orochimaru will take a waste as his subordinate. From Tsunade's miserable condition, it can be analyzed that Kabuto is definitely not a decoration. It is impossible for Orochimaru to defeat Tsunade so easily. It has to be said that July is really thinking too much here. She didn't know that Tsunade became like this now, completely because of hemophobia. Now that the situation is like this, there is no point in discussing it. Besides, she still has a plan in mind. She turned her head slightly and looked at Jiraiya, Naruto, and others behind her. Jiraiya-sama, take good care of Tsunade-sama later. If possible, let Tsunade-sama go earlier. Shizune-sama, you and Naruto deal with that Kabuto, and I will take care of Orochimaru. Regarding Jiraiya's situation, Chiyue didn't finish her words, but everyone knew what she meant. After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Orochimaru to react. She switched weapons and rushed up directly. The reason for not using bows and arrows was, of course, to disperse the battlefield. At least Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi had to be separated. Only then could her own plan be implemented. Although Orochimaru's strength should not be underestimated, he didn't have both hands. After all, it still had some impact. It was just a few rounds of fighting before Orochimaru was forced to retreat to the side. Shizune and Naruto also tacitly took Kabuto Yakushi to the other side. Orochimaru looked at the little girl in front of him with interest. He found that she seemed to have become stronger after not seeing her for a while. Although they didn't fight for a few moves, the intuition of the strong told Orochimaru so. After cutting the battlefield, July switched his weapon back to a bow and arrow. When Orochimaru saw July's weapon, he subconsciously looked around. After all, July's attack last time left a deep impression on him. All of Orochimaru's actions were seen by July. Don't worry, Lord Orochimaru, this time it's not in the forest. The Eus method is only suitable for use in places with complex environments. Here is empty. That method is not suitable for places with a clear view. I don't know if Lord Orochimaru has heard this saying. Since ancient times, archers have cheated. He was still talking in the last second, and he directly drew his bow and shot an arrow in the second. On the open battlefield, July was agile and focused. She quickly drew her bow and aimed at her opponent. With the sound of the bowstring, the sharp arrow shot towards Orochimaru like a meteor. Orochimaru dodged the attack easily by moving sideways. July was not discouraged. She moved her feet flexibly to keep a distance from Orochimaru, while continuously shooting arrows. However, Orochimaru's disgusting and difficult to deal with was beyond July's imagination. Since his hands could not be used, he directly spit out a sharp long sword from his mouth. He bit the hilt with his teeth and twisted his neck flexibly, using his agile body and superb swordsmanship to deal with the arrows one by one. Jiraiya knew that the key to victory lay on July's side. So he looked at the battlefield on her side intently. Once July was defeated by Orochimaru, it would be time for her to fight desperately. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and July decided to change tactics. She put away her bow and arrow, transformed into a tang sword, and rushed towards Orochimaru. Seeing this, Orochimaru also went forward without fear. The two of them immediately engaged in close combat, and the swords and knives intersected, making a crisp sound. With the advantage of her flexible body movements and the Tang sword, July launched a series of gorgeous attack moves. Her knife was as tricky as a venomous snake, sometimes stabbing at Orochimaru's vital points, and sometimes crossing the opponent's defense line. Orochimaru was not to be outdone, and fought back with powerful strength and precise swordsmanship. The two sides fought back and forth, neither giving in, and the battle was extremely fierce. After a fierce collision, the two took a few steps back. July took the opportunity to distance herself again, took out her bow and arrow again, and aimed at Orochimaru. However, this time, the arrow condensed by July was no longer an ordinary chakra arrow. Instead, it wrapped a kunai with chakra containing the change of wind attribute properties. An arrow made with a kunai as the tip. Large Orochimaru felt threatened, and he concentrated his energy to prepare for July's attack. This arrow was extremely fast and powerful. The arrow carried a strong wind pressure, sucking out all the air around it. Orochimaru had no time to dodge, and could only use his sword to block it. However, the power of this arrow seemed to exceed his imagination. The arrow hit the sword, and the wind pressure suddenly exploded. The air just extracted quickly returned to nature. A huge high-oxygen area was formed around Orochimaru. At this time, the role of the kunai as an arrowhead was reflected. The kunai, which was also made of metal, collided with the long sword. Sparks were generated. It directly ignited the surrounding air, forming a violent explosion. Looking at the power and range of the explosion, it was no worse than the B-level fire escape ninjutsu. Orochimaru, who was in the center of the explosion, had his sword directly blown away, and his body was also hit by the huge explosion. The oxygen was exhausted, and the flames went out. Orochimaru's figure gradually appeared, but it was left in front of July. It was a burnt skin. Orochimaru used the disgusting substitution technique again to avoid the explosion. However, taking this opportunity, July quickly found the sword that Orochimaru had lost. He directly sealed the contract and took the sword for himself. During the close combat just now, July discovered the extraordinariness of this sword. This sword is so sharp that even the Tang sword strengthened by the 100 changes armor was cut and the blade was curled. Not only that, this sword can also be longer or shorter. In the tense situation of the battle just now, Orochimaru could not stop July's attack by relying only on the flexibility of his neck. He used this sword that could be longer or shorter to resolve July's complex attacks again and again. But until now, Orochimaru has not shown up. Just as July was thinking, the ground at the center of the explosion quietly shattered. Orochimaru crawled out from it, his face pale. Every time we meet, you can bring me a lot of surprises. July, Konoha is really not suitable for you. You will eventually become a thorn in the eyes of Konoha's top leaders if you grow so fast. Why not make plans early? This is your final destination. Orochimaru began to make his mysterious brainwashing declaration again. July had no reaction yet, and Jiraiya, who had been paying attention to the battlefield on July's side, became anxious. He wanted to say something, but he thought of the ugly faces of Konoha's top leaders. Think about what they have done over the years, and then think about July's attitude towards the top leaders. There are some things he really can't say. But how could July be persuaded by Orochimaru? She stood there quietly, just calculating her chakra. In the battle just now, July used chakra without any scruples. It was for the purpose of consuming a lot of chakra to weaken the strength of the Seal of Evil. This was planned before she fought. She thought that if she only relied on her own strength, it would be difficult to defeat Orochimaru. She could only rely on external forces. Jiraiya's accidental poisoning left July with only the failed Senjutsu chakra. Her goal was not to defeat Orochimaru, but to shock him. Based on her understanding of Orochimaru, he was an absolutely rational person. Such a person would weigh all the pros and cons before doing anything. What she had to do was to use this characteristic to bluff Orochimaru. As for killing Orochimaru, don't joke. July hadn't expanded to this extent. The seal weakened, and the chakra that had been suppressed for a long time finally found an opportunity to rush out. But before it showed its violent side, July directly suppressed it with mental energy and became obedient. Lord Orochimaru, this is your gift. How do you want me to thank you? July, who used this senjutsu chakra, had black flame-like marks on her face in an instant. These marks not only did not affect her appearance, they even made her more mysterious and charming. July stared at Orochimaru with a cold expression. Orochimaru was not frightened by July's appearance, but became very excited. I knew you were a genius. My Heaven's Curse seal was mastered so easily by you. I'll ask you one last time, do you want to follow me? But the answer to Orochimaru was July's sharp arrow. July's attack was as long-range and short-range as always, with unparalleled changes. Orochimaru, who lost his weapon, fell into a passive position again. Realizing this, Orochimaru knew that it was no longer suitable to entangle with July. He hurriedly ran to the direction of Kabuto to meet him. Originally, July wanted to stop him, but Kabuto, who had acted one step ahead of Orochimaru, had already arrived in front of her. Blocked all attacks for Orochimaru. After a violent collision, the two sides separated, and July looked behind him in confusion. Shizen covered her ankles with both hands and sat on the ground in pain. Jiraiya and Tsunade surrounded Naruto at a loss. It seemed that Naruto was seriously injured. She knew that Kabuto Yakushi was not simple, but there was no need to lose so quickly and so thoroughly, right? She was still trying to hold back the strongest Orochimaru, but you guys had already surrendered. Now July could not find any adjectives to describe her mood at this moment. The balance of victory once again tilted seriously. Chapter 66. The situation has become very tricky now, and she is a little confused. Since Tsunade is almost recovered, why not detoxify Jiraiya? If Jiraiya recovers, then the step is not to consider scaring Orochimaru away. Instead, he can plan to kill Orochimaru directly. In fact, Jiraiya asked Tsunade to detoxify as soon as Tsunade regained consciousness. It's just that Tsunade acted in a hurry last night, and the poison was also prepared temporarily. So the antidote cannot be prepared now, and the existing antidote is similar to the effect of Shizen. In a word, the detoxification can be done, but it takes time. But what they lack most now is time. A genin can fight Orochimaru alone for so long. It's already the limit. But Jiraiya underestimated July's limit a little bit. July's limit is hard to say, but there is definitely trouble. In fact, from the beginning, she could take Tsunade away by herself. The subsequent battle would not happen at all. Even if he was angry because July took Tsunade away. He didn't dare to do anything radical, at most he was just angry. Orochimaru had to sneak around to see Tsunade. Would he dare to kill directly in Tancho Street? He wouldn't dare even if he had 10 guts. He is now just a rebel ninja of Konoha, even if he did a lot of bad things outside. But he didn't touch the core interests. If he dared to wreak havoc in Tancho Street, what awaited him would not be a small-scale hunt like Konoha. Business in Tancho Street, not to mention whether other countries intervened. At least many nobles of the Land of Fire, including the daimyo, have family businesses here. The annual revenue brought by Tancho Street is shocking. Destroying Tancho Street is equivalent to destroying an important job of the daimyo. You, Orochimaru, still have a good harvest. If the power of the country takes action, you will die without knowing how you died. Why do ninja villages and ninjas have amazing armed forces, but are still surpassed by daimyo? Daimyo of all countries know that ninjas are dangerous, so why do they still support them? In fact, this is the embodiment of a national system. No matter how strong your ninja is, no matter how clever your methods are, the annual fiscal expenditure still needs to be allocated by daimyo of all countries. The country spends money to support ninja villages and train ninjas, and ninjas need to gain more benefits for the country in war. In this world, there are still more civilians, and ninjas cannot rule a country. Do you think that maintaining a huge national machine can be done simply by relying on strength? If you have such a naive idea, July suggests that you should study history well. Overthinking, back to the topic. People often say that life is only once, cherish life. When you are alive, you will always see different scenery. But July does not agree with this sentence, since she traveled to this world. Usually, July seems to cherish her life very much, but she still has crazy genes in her bones. Although her IQ is higher than most people, she doesn't like to plan before she acts. She calculated and calculated, although the feeling of being in control of the overall situation at the moment of success was fascinating. But the unknown was also addictive. She never thought about flying Thunder God from the beginning. In fact, it was just for the challenge. Challenge the strong enemy, challenge yourself. Just like her in her ES life, she resolutely gave up millions of assets and turned to challenge the game. Life is like a play, and the play is like life. If everything is arranged for the step, then such a life is better not to have. Orochimaru no longer wants to give July a chance, he is interested in July's wisdom. But her body is not what he needs. If he can't get it, just destroy it. Kabuto, prepare the summoning technique. Yakushi Kabuto obeyed the order, obtained Orochimaru's blood and directly made a seal. A two-headed snake was summoned. Black ? Face. Can summoning techniques be used like this? This action of Kabuto Yakushi inspired July, and he came to Jiraiya in an instant. Jiraiya understood it instantly, bit his finger and stained the blood on July's palm. Hi, Su, Yu, Shen, Wei. Under Jiraiya's guidance, July mobilized a large amount of Senjutsu chakra and clapped his hands. Incomplete or failed Senjutsu chakra is too difficult to pronounce, so I will just use Senjutsu chakra instead here, as long as you understand what it means. Summoning technique. The thick white mist dissipated, and a small toad wearing a cloak, gray eyebrows, and a petite figure was summoned. Sennin Fukasaku. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at the figure, all with incredible faces. Hearing the familiar voice, the toad Fukasaku turned around. Little Jiraiya, what's going on? Just now, my chakra was very evil and violent, and the aura was very similar to the chakra of fairy arts. Is there something wrong with your fairy arts? But it's impossible. This situation will never happen after the fairy arts are successfully cultivated. Jiraiya had to explain the current situation to the sage Fukasaku. The sage Fukasaku heard that it was the little girl to him who summoned him. He looked at her meaningfully. But soon he looked at Orochimaru across from him. It's the little snake from the Ryuchi cave, and it still has that disgusting smell. Orochimaru looked at the sage Fukasaku warily. He also knew this toad, who was one of the strongest in Myaboku Mountain. The strength and status are equivalent to the three great goddesses of the Ryuchi cave. I didn't expect July to be able to summon such a level of existence. He really couldn't figure out how she did it. In fact, even July herself, she didn't know how she did it. She mobilized a lot of chakra. She was just afraid that she would not have enough chakra during the summoning, which would cause the summoning to fail. Or she could only summon a tadpole like Naruto before. Orochimaru looked at the two-headed snake under his feet and knew that he was in trouble. The limit of the summoning book signed by him and Ryuchidong was 10,000 snakes. He was not qualified to summon the three princesses who could rival Fukasaku. While Orochimaru was still thinking, Fukasaku made a move. He started with a huge fire escape technique. He burned the two-headed snake to ashes without giving it a chance to struggle. Orochimaru was killed by Yakushi Kabuto pulling. He dodged the attack awkwardly. He was thinking about how to break the current situation, just when he was at a loss. After releasing the ultimate move, Shinzua Sage turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. On the other side, July rolled on the ground with his neck in pain, and the mysterious lines on his face disappeared. And accompanied by a tragic scream. Seeing July's painful appearance, Orochimaru's expression changed from confusion to surprise. He was just wondering why July could summon Shinzua Sage. Everything that happened now can be explained. She summoned Shinzua with the help of the fairy chakra in her Heaven's Curse seal. Although that fairy chakra, although it is incomplete, even so, it is still Senjutsu chakra. It's just that the Senjutsu chakra accumulated by the curse seal has been consumed, and without the maintenance of chakra, Fukasaku can only be forced to return to the fairyland. The situation reversed again, and Orochimaru regained his confident smile. Now because of the sequelae of the curse seal, the only remaining combat power on the field has fallen. The stumbling block blocking his way is gone. He walked towards Tsunade, and Jiraiya wanted to protect Tsunade. He was kicked away by Orochimaru. He walked to Tsunade without any obstacles. You look so ugly now, just like before, you can't protect anyone without power. As a friend, I don't want you to live so ugly. So, I'll send you off for the last time. This time, what Orochimaru spewed out was not a sword, but a kunai. He stabbed it without hesitation. Tsunade had already closed her eyes and prepared to die for Orochimaru's attack. But after waiting for a long time, the expected pain did not come. Tsunade opened her eyes in confusion, and a pure white figure blocked her way. The figure's chest was pierced through, and the blood sprayed from the wound not only splashed on her face. It also dyed the pure white red. Ahem, Orochimaru, have you forgotten me? You don't take me seriously, do you? The person standing in front of Tsunade was none other than July. While she was talking to Orochimaru, she did not forget to gather chakra in her hands. How could she let go of such a good opportunity that she had risked her life for? She grabbed Orochimaru's neck, and the raise-non in her other hand was also completed. Without saying a word, she directly pushed the raise-non into Orochimaru's mouth. The explosion of the raise-non not only knocked Orochimaru out. Even July could not withstand the recoil of the ninjutsu and flew out. It landed right on Ming. Kabuto Yakushi didn't even see how July passed by, it was just a blink of an eye. She stood in front of Lord Orochimaru, and then was blown away. Kabuto Yakushi knew the power of this move, and Uzumaki Naruto had used this move just now. He almost killed himself. He hurried to Orochimaru to check the situation. Orochimaru looked miserable, his whole face was blown up to half. The left shoulder was also blown away. However, Kabuto Yakushi was not don't worry. He knew that Orochimaru had that secret technique, so now he just had to wait quietly. Need to be alert? Not at all. Just now, July was hit head-on by Lord Orochimaru, and her heart was pierced. Being able to release that ball ninjutsu is already the limit. Now Tsunade and the others are fish on the chopping board, just waiting for Lord Orochimaru's substitute to be completed. It's not too late to deal with them later. Sure enough, within a few minutes, Orochimaru's body squirmed. He slowly crawled out of the broken stomach. The moment Orochimaru came out, he rushed directly to July on the opposite side. In just half a day, she actually forced herself to use the snake substitute twice. Unforgivable, but in the interval when Orochimaru rushed over, Tsunade saw Orochimaru's intention, and tried her best to control her body to overcome the fear of blood. Finally, before Orochimaru arrived, she blocked Naruto and July. Enough, Orochimaru. She wanted to protect the two little guys, but it was a miracle that she could walk here with her hemophobia. Stop, Orochimaru? Impossible. Orochimaru's expression had become distorted. He kicked Tsunade to the ground and kept kicking her. Damn it, damn it. Why should my hands be sealed? Why would so many people die for you? Tsunade, aren't you ashamed? Northwest one close to you has a good ending. You can't even protect the people around you, why do you still live in this world? Orochimaru acted like an irrational madman at this moment. Tsunade didn't know how to refute what Orochimaru said. Because what he said was right, the people who were close to her. No one had a good ending, even if she had escaped for so many years. Today, two little guys still lost their lives to protect this waste. I am unlucky. Just when Tsunade gave up hope of living again, two coughing sounds came from the front and the back. Tsunade, who had a blank look in her eyes, looked in the direction of the sound with surprise. Two thin figures, one white and one yellow, were lying on the ground. But their chests were rising and falling. They were telling Tsunade that they were still alive and could be rescued. Tsunade, who was eager to save the two, finally overcame her psychological obstacles. Orochimaru, who was still kicking, suddenly found that Tsunade's body was not shaking. Orochimaru, who found that something was wrong, jumped back quickly and wanted to distance himself. But he was grabbed by Tsunade. Have you overcome hemophobia? Orochimaru looked at Tsunade in horror, but Tsunade did not rush to answer. Instead, she grabbed Orochimaru's legs and spun around, like throwing a hammer. She threw Orochimaru directly out. Then she made seals with both hands, and the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead spread out and emerged with tree-like patterns, covering both sides of her cheeks. Ninjutsu, creation and regeneration. Tsunade's body kept making sizzling sounds, and all the injuries she had suffered before were all healed in an instant. Now, the fifth Hokage of Konoha village is standing in front of you. Don't even think about hurting the friends of the village, Tsunade said, and her thumb dipped a little blood from her wound. Wiped it on her left wrist. Jiraiya also came over at this time, stood beside Tsunade, bit his finger and began to make seals. Orochimaru, who was thrown away by Tsunade, saw that the situation was not right, and quickly jumped to Kabuto's side. Kabuto understood the meaning and used the same trick again. Used Orochimaru's blood to help make seals. Summoning technique. 3 voices sounded at the same time. On the battlefield, a purple snake, a crimson toad, and a slug with blue and white stripes appeared. The huge bodies brought a strong sense of oppression. Orochimaru, Kabuto, Jiraiya, and Tsunade stood on their heads respectively. How could Jiraiya, who was so weak just now, suddenly summon Gamabunta? In fact, we have to thank Nana and Orochimaru for this. Orochimaru kicked him with great force, which made him spit out several mouthfuls of blood. And it happened that part of the toxins accumulated in the body due to the effect of the antidote were directly spit out by this blow. In addition, Nana dragged on for a long time. Only then did he recover to the strength to fight. The toad under Jiraiya looked around. Hey, Orochimaru, Manja, Tsunade, Slug. They are all familiar faces. Are you having a class reunion? After saying that, the toad took a puff of cigarette quietly and teased Jiraiya. And the purple snake on the other side spoke. Orochimaru, don't do such boring things every time you summon me. This time I want 100 sacrifices later. Kabuto on the head of the snake couldn't help but speak. Lord Manza, now is not the time to talk about this. Kabuto was interrupted by Manza before he finished speaking. Shut up, kid, don't talk to me casually. You are not qualified yet. Kabuto closed his mouth unwillingly after hearing this. Now is not the time to anger Manza. Besides, if Manza knew that Orochimaru could no longer release ninjutsu, then Manza, who lost his suppression, would definitely defect at the first opportunity. The relationship between Orochimaru and the summoned beast seemed to be not very harmonious. Chapter 67. Different from the situation over there, the slug greeted Tsunade politely after it appeared. Tsunade asked the slug to split into a split body and sent Nana and Naruto on top to Shizune. The atmosphere at the scene was already extremely depressing. In the battle, she had no time to take care of the 2 little guys. There was a surge under Naruto Nana, and a small slug just carried the 2 on its back. Shizune, who was to the battlefield, was healing herself quickly and wanted to help fight after recovery. However, 2 black shadows fell from the sky. They landed right in front of her. Shizune, Lady Tsunade asked you to take them away from here and take good care of the 2 children. You can't intervene in the battle here. Although the slug's words hurt her heart, they were true. Shizune followed Tsunade's orders and took the 2 away from here. The battle was about to break out, and the slug took the lead. A mouthful of highly corrosive acid was spitted at the snake, and the snake dodged nimbly. And instantly entangled the slug's body, just when the snake was about to bite it. Bunta held a short knife and stabbed it into the snake's big mouth. The snake, unable to bite, could only tighten its body. It lowered its head and bit Bunta's short knife, twisting it hard. Bunta couldn't draw the knife in time, so he had to give up the short knife. It was thrown away by the snake. The slug entangled by the snake immediately split itself into countless small slugs to escape its stranglehold. Then the small slugs crawled to the side and gathered together. Soon it turned back to a huge body. Jiraiya stomped his feet lightly on Bunta's head. The cooperation over the years made Bunta understand instantly, his big mouth closed, and his cheeks bulged. Jiraiya also took the opportunity to complete the seal. Fire style, toad oil flame bomb. Jiraiya above spit fire, and Bunta below spit oil. The flames ignited the gushing oil, and the 2 sides cooperated to increase the power of this ninjutsu to the maximum. The fiercely burning flames enveloped the snake. From the reflection of the flames, it can be seen that the whole body of the snake was melted. The ninjutsu stopped and the flames gradually dissipated. However, the body did not melt, but only a hollow snake skin was melted. The ground under Bunta's feet suddenly broke open, and a purple tail poked Bunta's eyes. And the head of the snake also emerged from behind Bunta, biting Bunta with a ferocious mouth. The snake's front and back attack was very good, because Bunta only focused on the attack in front of him. Now he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. But at this moment, Tsunade fell from the sky holding Bunta's huge short sword. One knife nailed the snake's head to the ground. At this time, Chiyue was unconscious, otherwise he would definitely ask loudly. Have you seen a sword technique that falls from the sky? Tsunade's attack not only resolved Wenta's crisis, but also directly made Manch lose his ability to attack. Orochimaru, standing on Manch's head, was very unwilling. The tongue in his mouth turned into a long whip and wrapped around Tsunade's neck. The power from the tongue made Tsunade breathless for a while. But Tsunade is famous for her strange strength. Grab Orochimaru's tongue with both hands and struggle to break it. Then he pulled it, and Orochimaru on the other side of the tongue was directly pulled over by Tsunade. Orochimaru hurriedly wanted to bite off his tongue to escape. But it was too late, Tsunade's pulling force was very strong. You must know the relationship between force and acceleration according to Newton's second law. F equals ma, when the mass of an object remains unchanged, acceleration and the resultant external force are proportional. Orochimaru's flying speed made it too late for him to react. He was directly punched away by Tsunade, who was waiting there. Tsunade caught up with him and punched and kicked him with her strange power. Orochimaru couldn't bear it at all, but Tsunade's attack stopped. Although the creation and regeneration restored his physical injuries. But after all, it used the energy in his own cells. Now the sequelae of the technique are about to break out, and the pain in the body will follow. Enduring the pain, Tsunade gathered chakra in her hands. Prepare the last move to end Orochimaru. Orochimaru took the heavy blow, and half of his face was broken, revealing a completely different appearance inside. Orochimaru, you. Tsunade seemed to understand something, but now the two sides are enemies. Some things don't need to be said. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wansha ran away directly. Before leaving, he didn't forget to threaten Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I was seriously injured this time. 100 sacrifices are not enough, I want 1,000. If you don't give me, if you think about it yourself. After saying that, he cancelled the summoning technique. Seeing that Wansha had left, Wentai and the slug also cancelled the summoning technique. They returned to their own fairyland. It must be said that Orochimaru is really lucky. He didn't die after being beaten by Tsunade. He called Kabuto Yakushi over and prepared to retreat. Tsunade, if you don't treat me, I actually have another way. Wait, when I get better, it will be the end of Konoha. Tsunade and Jiraiya wanted to stop it, but they didn't have the ability. After Orochimaru left, Jiraiya sat down on the ground and gasped. Tsunade was even more exaggerated. She leaned on the stone and her face aged rapidly. Her skin was dry and her eye sockets were sunken. She was not in her 50s at all. People would believe she was 80. This is the side effect of creative regeneration. Excessive use of chakra stimulates cell division. It causes a sharp decrease in cell lifespan. Once there is no external stimulation, then the skin will show premature aging. But fortunately, she survived. This battle was really a life and death battle. Among them, July she played a key role in this battle. If she hadn't forced Orochimaru to use his snake substitute twice, she consumed a lot of his chakra, and the outcome of this battle is still unknown. At this time, under the dual treatment of Shizune and Slug, July has woken up. At first glance, she saw Tsunade, who was aging. Jiraiya explained that this was the result of the side effects of Tsunade's secret technique, and it would be fine after a rest. In this way, several people returned to the hotel where they were staying under Shizune's care. Tsunade also lived with them, so that it would be convenient for Shizune to take care of the wounded. In this battle, Naruto and July were the most seriously injured. According to Tsunade, it is said that Naruto's heart was broken and his breathing stopped. However, July, who had experienced Naruto's fake death once, said that this injury was nothing to Naruto. Look, he was able to get out of bed and jump around on the third day. Tsunade woke up on the fourth day, and Jiraiya recovered on the same day under Tsunade's treatment. But her heart was pierced, although it was repaired in time. But after all, the amount of blood loss was too large. It took a full 7 days of recuperation before she could sit in a wheelchair and get out of bed. This time, too much time was wasted, and July did not have more opportunities to recover. In this way, July was pushed all the way to Konoha village by Naruto. The pale July looked extremely fragile sitting in the wheelchair, plus the fairy-like temperament. One look at her makes people feel infinite pity, and Naruto's face flushed. This scene was seen by Jiraiya and Tsunade, so Naruto was ridiculed all the way back. For this reason, Tsunade also tried to match the two of them. July refused righteously and said that she would wait until Tsunade accepted Jiraiya. When will she consider her lifelong event? This wave of counterattack made Tsunade angry and wanted to throw July out with the car. But she didn't succeed. 4 days later, several people returned to Konoha smoothly. But this scene, Chapter 68. As soon as they entered the village, the streets were already full of people. Jiraiya passed the message to the village, and Tsunade knew it. But he didn't say the specific time to return to the village. Was he discovered on the way here? But there was no way, facing the enthusiasm of the villagers, you can't blame them for welcoming you, right? Greeted them with a smile. They all responded loudly. Tsunade-sama. What's Tsunade-sama? Call him the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya, who was following behind, was also welcomed by the villagers because of Naruto. Yes, you read it right. Naruto was also welcomed. I don't know who in the village spread the news that Tsunade could be brought back this time. Naruto's contribution was quite great, so these people subconsciously ignored the ES behaviors. July couldn't stand this atmosphere, but he was sitting in a wheelchair. He couldn't resist at all, and could only passively be watched like a monkey. July felt that the distance from the village entrance to the Hokage building was the farthest distance in the world. Social phobia and embarrassment occurred at the same time. It was quite torturous. Finally ended this painful road of watching. As soon as he entered the Hokage building, Tsunade's face suddenly became gloomy. Jiraiya, you are really going backwards. You didn't even know that you were being followed. During the battle with Orochimaru, they watched helplessly. Jiraiya's face was not very good either. He didn't know how to refute Tsunade, because he was indeed a little lax along the way. Okay, Tsunade, this time it was my negligence. But you are back to succeed the Hokage, there are some things you can. Tsunade interrupted Jiraiya directly. I know what you mean, but do you think they will give me all the power after I take office? It's good that they don't trip me up. Sure enough, the roots of the village are rotten. Maybe some of them don't want me to come back at all. Having said this, what else can Jiraiya say? He could only smile bitterly and shook his head, and followed Tsunade upstairs without saying a word. July looked back at Naruto, wanting Naruto to push him away. The rest of the things were not something they could participate in, so why follow them? But Naruto was just grinning foolishly. This was obviously still immersed in the joy of being welcomed by the villagers. She gave up. If you want Naruto to be sensible, you might as well look forward to the sun rising from the west tomorrow. Tsunade-sama, I'll stay in the hospital if there's nothing else. It's not appropriate for you to take Naruto and me to the meeting, right? Tsunade was stunned. She had been thinking about things just now. Ignored these two little guys. Yes, Naruto, you take July to the hospital. You've worked hard on the way. Naruto, you can go home and rest first. Naruto, who was called back to his senses, pushed July away. Shizune followed him. They discussed it on the way back. Tsunade had no place to stay when she returned to the village, so she stayed at July's place for the time being. She took Shizune to find the way first, and then Naruto pushed her into the hospital. Naruto's heart was no longer with him since he arrived at the hospital. Let him pursue his gay love. After being arranged into the ward by the nurse, Shikamaru and Choji came in with flowers and fruit baskets. We are not blind. July was sitting in a wheelchair with a pale face and was obviously seriously injured. So they blocked the door of the hospital early. Why are you always in trouble recently? It seems that I have to stay away from you in the future. Shikamaru spoke with a steely straight man's flavor. July spread his hands helplessly. Maybe this is the trouble of beautiful women. How is the village recently? Shikamaru shook his head, picked up the apple on the table, sat on the bed and began to peel the skin. Choji put the flowers in the vase, and picked up the fruit and started to eat it. Nothing big happened in the village. It's nothing more than Asuma and the others met Uchiha Itachi who sneaked into the village. Asuma and the others are fine, just slightly injured. Kakashi was injured by Uchiha Itachi's illusion and is still recuperating in bed. Seventh Moon has learned all of what Shikamaru said from Kai. Shikamaru handed over the peeled apple, a little hesitant to say. Seventh Moon took the apple and took a big bite. It's really sweet. Then he looked at Shikamaru. You want to ask why Naruto is so alive and well. But I, who is stronger, am seriously injured. Why is the discussion in the village all about Naruto, but there is no news about me? Shikamaru was not surprised at all that July could see his doubts. Having gotten used to it, Choji stopped eating silently after hearing what July said. Shikamaru, remember I discussed a question with you before? About heroes. Shikamaru touched his tied hair, of course he remembered. At that time, he was young and immature, and he didn't understand how terrifying July's IQ was. After losing the game of shogi, July cut off the pigtail that he had managed to keep. After that, July took the jade in the shogi and discussed the topic of heroes with him. You mean, someone wants to make Naruto a hero? It's easy to communicate with smart people, and you can understand it in a little bit. July winked at Shikamaru playfully. Let's leave this matter in this ward. That's it. Anyway, I got into this mission by sticking my head in. I don't want to be a hero either. Being a hero is very tiring. Shikamaru knew what Nana was like, and the matter had already been settled. Why should he still worry about it? Okay, I've answered your question, so shouldn't you also agree to one of my requests? Shikamaru saw Nana's devilish smile on his face, and he felt bad. But before Shikamaru could refuse, Nana spoke up. Look, Choji has already eaten up my fruit basket. He's obviously hungry, and I'm hungry too. Then can we trouble our Lord Shikamaru to go to the barbecue restaurant and pack 20 servings of barbecue? You treat. What? 20 servings. You are ZH. Before Shikamaru could utter the word Zhu, Choji's expression had already become ferocious. He was about to go berserk, while July was laughing secretly with his hands covering his mouth. Knowing the taboo words, Shikamaru had no choice but to agree. But before leaving, July threw her wallet over. Shikamaru, it's just a joke, go and come back soon. I haven't eaten barbecue in the hospital yet, by the way, don't let the nurse find out. Shikamaru took the wallet and threw it back. Forget it, this time it's mine. I'll definitely kill you back time. In response to Shikamaru's harsh words, July just waved goodbye. Choji sat there with a silly smile, and someone inexplicably invited him to eat barbecue. Is there anything more joyful than this? The day at noon, the Hokage building announced the news. The Hokage succession ceremony will be held in 3 days, and Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, will serve as the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. The villagers cheered when they heard the news, and the village was full of a lively atmosphere. Tsunade is worthy of being a medical expert. In 1 day, she cured Kakashi and Sasuke's injuries one after another. The rest just need to rest more. There are also Rock Lee and Hinata in the Chunin exam. 3 days later, under the gaze of everyone in Konoha village, Tsunade took the Hokage had handed over by Koharu and gently put it on her head. I, Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of Konoha. I hope to live up to the hard work of the East generations and continue to lead Konoha to prosperity. There was no passionate declaration of succession, but just 2 simple sentences. The crowd below was completely excited, and the cheers were endless. Seventh Moon quietly hid in the crowd, watching the excitement and joy of the people around her. It didn't look like acting at all, it was all from the heart. This made Seventh Moon a little impressed. She had not been active in the village for so many years, and she had such popularity just after returning. It must be said that Tsunade's identity, fame and reputation were the only choice for Hokage. The position of Hokage went around, and returned to the hands of the Senju clan. It's just that things have changed. Tsunade was forced to no longer be the Senju clan. And the huge and powerful Senju clan was also divided up. Chapter 69. The Hokage succession ceremony was very lively, and it had been over for 2 days. The villagers still discussed this matter from time to time. They praised the decision of the top leaders to let Tsunade be the Hokage. However, this excitement seemed to have nothing to do with July and the others. July, who was discharged from the hospital that day, went to visit Sasuke with Naruto. When they arrived at Sasuke's ward, the atmosphere in the room made people feel uncomfortable as soon as they entered. Sasuke sat there with a gloomy face. Sakura and Ino sat on the left and right of the bed. Peeling fruit for Sasuke, the two of them might have been affected by Sasuke. Rarely did they quarrel with each other. The sound of the door opening attracted the attention of the three people. July did not go in but leaned against the door. Naruto walked in carelessly, not noticing that the atmosphere in the room was wrong. He began to talk about his experience of leaving the village again. These Julys were probably not the first time Sasuke had heard them. Naruto also mentioned July, but he was saying that July was injured. She was seriously injured, and he was also injured. But he recovered quickly, so we can draw a conclusion from the injury. He is stronger than July. Sasuke's face became more and more gloomy, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became more and more intense. Sakura Ino wanted to stop Naruto from talking, but it was too late. Sasuke threw off the quilt, got out of bed barefoot, walked to the window and opened it. The last one, since you are so strong, then follow me. Let's fight, I have wanted to teach you a lesson for a long time. Now I don't know who is provoking whom. Naruto may not mean to provoke Sasuke. He just wants to share the joy of becoming stronger with his best companion. But for Sasuke, who has already been psychologically twisted, Naruto is now mocking and showing off, mocking himself for being too weak, and showing off that he has become stronger. Become stronger than July, stronger than him. How could the fragile Sasuke bear such a situation? He directly issued a challenge. Naruto is a stubborn person. Besides, it was Sasuke's challenge. Without any hesitation, she followed Sasuke to the rooftop. Sakura and Ino followed him in a panic, leaving only July at the door. July sighed and turned to walk out of the hospital. What can she do in the current situation? Her physical condition has just recovered to the standard of being able to walk. Fight. Believe it or not, she will turn into a crying monster on the spot, and cry for you to see if she is knocked down by a punch. Let's go find Kakashi first, I hope we can make it in time. It was also a coincidence that Kakashi just wanted to come and see Sasuke. The two met at the door of the hospital. After explaining the situation to Kakashi, Kakashi hurriedly jumped to the rooftop. She didn't know what happened afterwards. She couldn't keep up with Kakashi, so she had to climb the stairs slowly. Arriving at the rooftop, it seemed that the winner had been decided. However, there was no sign of Sasuke, only Ino Sakura squatting beside her crying. Facing July's puzzled eyes, Kakashi didn't know how to explain. He just looked at the two large water tanks above his head. July looked over and saw two holes, one large and one small, on the two water tanks. Water was pouring out of the holes. July knew Chidori and Raiznon, and seeing the marks on the holes, July knew that these two ninjutsu were the cause. Have they fought to this extent? Kakashi nodded helplessly. If I hadn't arrived in time, they would have been completely useless. July pursed her lips after hearing this. It's useless, anyway, one of them is a Jinchuriki, nothing will happen to him. The other one, what is there to be afraid of with Lady Tsunade? You have stopped them now and end them from deciding the winner. They still refuse to accept each other. No one will realize their mistakes. Emotions cannot be vented, and they accumulate to a certain extent. You should know what the consequences will be, Mr. Kakashi. What if Kakashi knows? Is it really the same as what July said? Watching them fight with their ultimate moves. He really couldn't do it, and he felt a little guilty about it. In the final analysis, he actually regarded Sasuke as his own disciple, rather than an ordinary student subordinate. As for Sasuke's changes, he didn't notice them in the first place and guide them. That's why he became what he is now. Jiraiya came here for some reason. After hearing what happened, he took Naruto away directly. A sparring battle ended in a hurry. Forget it, let's go back to our own homes and find our own mothers. After graduation, there was a small battle every 3 days and a big battle every 5 days. There was no time to rest properly, yes. Now I finally have a chance to relax. But July has a headache when she thinks of a big Buddha statue at home. It has been several days since Tsunade succeeded as Hokage. As Hokage, let alone buying a house. The higher-ups should at least arrange a house for her, right? But until now, Tsunade has no intention of moving out. Every midnight, the house is filled with the strong smell of wine and Tsunade's insults. Who is she scolding? Of course, the old guys in Konoha's upper echelons. After taking office, Tsunade was constrained everywhere. Asking for money, the fiscal deficit. Asking for people, they all became mute. Tsunade wanted to quit directly. July now has to wear earplugs when she goes to bed at night, otherwise she can't sleep at all. Time will not stop according to July's wishes. The sun sets, and the torturous night is about to come. I wonder what time Tsunade will come back tonight to start the scolding and complaining meeting. But instead of waiting for Tsunade, an unexpected person came. Jiraiya came to find July. Before he sat down, Jiraiya bowed to July and apologized. July was confused at first, but understood after thinking for a while. Okay, Jiraiya-sama, raise your head. There's no need to apologize, this is a big deal. Jiraiya raised his head and looked at July in surprise. Do you know why I came? July politely poured Jiraiya a glass of water. I didn't know at first, but think about what happened recently. The answer is out. You are the one who built momentum for Naruto, and you said it was a joint idea of you and Tsunade-sama. Jiraiya sat down and drank a sip of water. Same, she didn't know at first, but I told her later. She agreed with me doing this, but I feel sorry for you. But don't worry, I discussed it with Tsunade. To compensate you. You can choose any 2 ninjutsu from the sealed book, and Tsunade promised to accept you as a disciple. Jiraiya said all the compensations in one breath. I'm afraid July will feel uncomfortable. From knowing July to now, she has brought too many surprises to Jiraiya. Super IQ, unparalleled martial arts. She is a treasure in any village. But now they are going to sacrifice her interests for the future. Originally, July hated the top leaders of Konoha very much. If this matter is not handled well, let July also have a gap with them, then Konoha is likely to lose a groundbreaking genius. Don't think that the evaluation of epic-making genius is exaggerated. Now Jiraiya just trusts his intuition. Jiraiya looked at July nervously throughout the whole process, but July seemed very calm. She stood up and took a scroll from the bookshelf and gave it to Jiraiya, motioning him to take a look first. Jiraiya slowly opened the scroll and read it from beginning to end. After carefully reading the contents of the scroll, the surprised expression on his face never faded. Only then did July slowly speak. Master Jiraiya, let's just let this go. The following is the experimental record after my improvement, which can be regarded as a balance between merit and demerit. The scroll that July showed Jiraiya was naturally Flying Thunder God. I have never thought about how to explain the matter of Flying Thunder God, and now is a good opportunity. Moreover, July also reversed the Flying Thunder God Guide Lightning of the 4th Hokage and gave it to them. In fact, July could completely accept Jiraiya's kindness. After getting Flying Thunder God from the Book of Sealing in a fair and open manner, then hand over Flying Thunder God Guide Lightning so that she could get another ninjutsu from the Book of Sealing. But July thought about it and gave up. At least now it seems that Tsunade and Jiraiya are good people, without so many dark thoughts. They really want to change Konoha from the bottom of their hearts and make Konoha live a better life. Even if she did them a favor. She believed that both Jiraiya and Tsunade could feel her good intentions. That's enough. It doesn't matter if there is one more or one less ninjutsu in the sealed book. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Jiraiya still feels a little indebted. How about this, July? If the merits and demerits are offset, then the merits and demerits are offset. But we are not stingy people, and some things still have to follow the rules. Your Flying Thunder God Guide can be exchanged for an S-level ninjutsu. Also, Tsunade didn't accept you as a disciple just to compensate you. She really thinks highly of you. Don't rush to refuse. Becoming Tsunade's disciple is actually good for you. I know you don't trust some of Konoha's high-level officials, and you have been hiding your strength before. You are also afraid of being targeted by others. But now some people with ulterior motives have noticed you. You can't hide now, so you might as well show it openly. But your civilian identity will definitely not stop those dark hands in the dark. But what if your identity changes? For example, the Hokage's direct disciple. In order to shut up July, Jiraiya gave July a cloud analysis. But what he said was not bad. The identity of the Hokage's direct disciple can indeed help her solve a lot of troubles. Well, since Master Jiraiya said so, it would be a bit ungrateful for me to refuse again. Let's leave it at that, but Master Jiraiya, you pushed Naruto to the table this time. Have you thought about what to do? After listening to this, Jiraiya didn't quite understand what July meant. Isn't this Naruto's case over? He went through so much trouble to find Tsunade. And he helped Tsunade, the quasi-fifth generation Hokage, to seriously injure Orochimaru again. What a perfect script, Chapter 70. July saw Jiraiya's puzzled look and knew that there were some things he had not considered. Jiraiya-sama, what was Naruto called in the village before? You know what kind of treatment he received, right? Jiraiya nodded, indicating that he already understood. Regarding the practices of the upper echelons and the old man's acquiescence. He still felt sick from time to time. This had nothing to do with the relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and him. The fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato was his most proud disciple. But his son was treated like this. Imagine if one day he died and went down to see Minato and Kushina. I don't know how to explain. Tell them that you are dead, I will go out to travel. Naruto has been living a bad life until now. I feel guilty just thinking about it. So after knowing Naruto's experience, he planned to make Naruto a hero. A positive character. Change the objective impression of the villagers on Naruto. But what exactly does July mean? Jiraiya-sama, every ninja village has been planted with spies, you don't deny this, right? It is an indisputable fact that Naruto's identity has been leaked since he was a child. You want to change the villagers' hostility towards Naruto, okay, I agree. But I believe you understand the truth that some things are too much or too little. Stereotypes are hard to change in a short time. Let me give you a very simple example. Why did Lord Orochimaru go from being a hero admired by everyone to a street rat that everyone shouts and beats? It is a fact that he used villagers in his village for human experiments, which is infuriating to both humans and gods. But relatively speaking, there is a problem. Which ninja village is clean? If Orochimaru doesn't do it, then no one else will. Jiraiya-sama, you don't really think so, do you? As far as I know, Lady Tsunade has done human experiments, right? You may say that we are all voluntary, and for the future of my. That is good. Now go to the hospital and see how many related data of -1 contributed. It is also a living body experiment. In my opinion, making 100 is no different from doing 100. It's just that the purpose of -1 is different from you. The words of July were like thunder and thunder. Very cruel, and very realistic. Just when Jiraiya was silent, a voice came from behind. Yes, you are right, if there were no data provided by Orochimaru. I might continue to do it, I am also an executioner. The person who spoke at this time was none other than Tsunade, who came back from get off work. In fact, when July just mentioned Orochimaru, she was already outside the door. She didn't come in just to hear July's opinion on this matter. Don't pay attention to me, July, you continue. July nodded, took a breath and continued. I am not speaking for Orochimaru here, but to make one thing clear. The higher you are praised and the greater your reputation, the easier it is for people to target you. It is also easier for people to destroy you. Lord Orochimaru is one, Lord Hatake Sakumo is another. Other ninja villages will never hope for a Jinchuriki who can coexist peacefully with the village. Do you understand what I mean? Naruto has suffered for 12 years without the help of Lord Jiraiya. Naruto, his situation is slowly getting better. He has made good friends and elders who love him. There is no need to rush. Tsunade-sama has not yet completely consolidated her control of power. You are now pushing Naruto to a position that does not belong to him. Who will be his umbrella? Who will block his dark tricks for him? You. Master Jiraiya, I am not looking down on you. Can you really stop the tricks of the Konoha high-level officials? Seventh month's words made Jiraiya unable to say a word of rebuttal. Tsunade was the same. You are right, I really can't stop it. Tsunade was also busy and exhausted. So what do you think we should do? Jiraiya and Tsunade both looked at July with expectation. They probably never thought that they would ask a child for advice one day. Naruto's matter is very simple, so let's stop here. Just plant a seed in the hearts of the villagers. Doesn't he want to be a Hokage and a hero? Sure. But to be a hero, you need to have the strength to be a hero, and Naruto is really far from it now. Jiraiya, instead of going to great lengths to build momentum for him, it's better to actually improve his strength. With strength, it's not difficult to be a hero. Jiraiya carefully thought about the advice given by July. Then he nodded. In fact, if you don't tell me, I'm going to take Naruto out for training recently. When I was traveling in the ninja world before, I collected information about Itachi's organization. Orochimaru once joined this organization. I have a feeling that this organization will be very troublesome. Since they have set their sights on Naruto, it is too dangerous for Naruto to stay in Konoha. It is a threat to Konoha and Naruto, so it is better to go out. Without a fixed place to live, they can't find any trace. I can take this opportunity to train Naruto well. It seems that he and Tsunade have already discussed this matter, otherwise Tsunade would never sit there without any reaction. Seventh month coincided with his idea, so Jiraiya also brought it up. What about me? I don't believe that you have such a thorough understanding of his matter, and have nothing to contribute to my side. Tell me, how can I change my current situation? Seventh Moon can freely comment on Jiraiya's affairs and give suggestions. But as for Tsunade, how should I put it? In terms of the operation mode of the ninja village, a large part is no different from that of the country. Well, when it comes to national issues, the most taboo and sensitive thing is political issues. Some things cannot be said just because you want to. There are only two ways to change Tsunade's problem. Either take drastic measures and burn your boats. Show your cards directly with other high-level officials. You have to change it or not. Otherwise, you have to compete with each other's foundation. But this path is obviously not suitable for Tsunade, although she has a high voice among the people. But her political foundation is too shallow, how can she be a match for those old guys? Then there is only the last way. Tsunade saw that Seventh Moon had not spoken for a long time, and seemed a little impatient. Hey, why are you shrinking? Just say it when I tell you to. It's okay. You are going to become my direct disciple. Master is in trouble now.